Hey, there we go.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in. I'm bad at hosting, and they made me host.
You're doing great.
We have her at gunpoint.
Yeah, we did.
We have them at gunpoint.
You didn't sound good.
Well, this is the thing. If you host and you are officially eligible to take over this channel,
Oh, hell yeah. I'm O'Bear. I'm Game O'Bear now.
Would you like it?
Yeah,
You can have it.
But welcome everyone. It is not our usual D&D game. Key is out with a friend who actually was part of the OG text adventure group, which is super cool. We will miss Key, and no game today, but we will have it next week. For now, we have the Breakfast Club minus Darian, who is having to catch up with work. I'm not great.
Yeah. You're doing great. You're doing fantastic.
You're fine.
Everybody give it up for Rubes. Yeah.
Yeah, we can start with introductions. Hello, I'm Rubes. I play Camellia Throws, everyone's favorite dear Nepo baby.
What's her last name?
Camellia Throws, Throse.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, that's a name that might come up more later.
We're learning. We're already learning about each other's characters. This is amazing.
I mean,
You said your
Speaking
character's
of-
name is Camellia?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
surprising,
Weird.
right?
Strange.
Yeah, I know. Like she's a newer character, so you know.
Ah, right.
Still learning. Still
Not
learning.
like Danny here from episode 1.
Oh, of course. And speaking of Danny,
Hi.
Danny, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I am Danny the Dapper Dwarf, otherwise known as Sir Alpheus. I do things and stuff. It's nice to be here.
You do things and stuff. Next up,
Occasionally.
who wants to be next? Beefon?
No, JC gets to go last. He keeps avoiding. He keeps avoiding it. He gets to go. He gets to go next this time.
Okay,
Hello,
Ludo.
I'm JC. I play Ludo. I'm Cardlin. I'm Game O'Bear. I'm JC. I'm Ludo. I'm sorry. Thanks for being here. I saw the questions. We got a lot of good stuff today. Let me go and post the form to the questions in case you still have some you want to ask. So I expect to find that in chat.
Yeah, JC is linking a Google form where you guys can ask us as many questions as you want. Remember to be respectful to us, and also we can't really say many spoilery things regarding our characters or the campaign or anything, and yeah. And last but not least, we have Beefon.
Made by Dime Package. She forgot my name. You
No.
totally forgot my name, didn't you?
No!
Sorry
we don't
about
know
that.
each other.
No, we really don't. I've
Just
proven
meeting
that
today.
already.
Well, we get to know each
Except
other.
Danny. We've all known Danny since the very beginning.
Danny was there
Yeah.
at my birth.
I...
When you were a little cub, yeah.
All those eons
Sweet.
ago.
But yeah, I do
was
stuff
there.
in things. I also do stuff in things. Probably way worse than Val does them. But I also do them
no.
here on Twitch and stuff and things.
As you can tell, we're not as organized without Key, and it's gonna be this and chaos this entire stream.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. Well, next up, let's say hi to everyone. Hi, Roxery. Hello, Subdudes, or Subdoodoo, aka Katie. Hi, Val. Hi, Kiki the Demon Girl. Hello, X Freddy Cat X. Hi, Kai. Roxery again. Mr. Fletcher, hello. Jody Marie, hi. Julia Hope, hello, and welcome in. Hi, Crystal. There's some guy named Game O'Bear in the chat.
Huh?
Oh, guys, we have to say hi to... Hi, Maka!
Hi, Maka!
Maka!
Maka, hello!
Hey, Maka! And yeah. So, do we want to start the Q&A now?
Yeah.
Let's get it going.
Yeah, let's dive right into it. Should we maybe we ease into it, give them some time to ask some questions. Maybe we do a little check-in. How about we do a little check-in with everybody? I'll start since I'm putting you all on the spot. How am I? How is life for me? I did the channel rebrand thing, which is really nice. I love the new design. I love the new guy. I started playing Ghosts of Tsushima again, and it feels brand new because it feels like it's been ages since I played, and I also never finished it. So I playing it on Steam now, and it's so gorgeous. My God, that game is so nice.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, life's going all right. Doing the audio thing over on YouTube. I got a Kindle and I started reading smut, so that was nice.
Lovely.
I started
Also,
reading...
we can't see the chat on screen.
Can't see. Oh yeah, what's up with that? Fourth Wing. Started reading Fourth Wing, and so far not a huge fan, if I'm being honest. But whatever. Yeah.
You have to have a certain talent to write good smut. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Like there is definitely some skill involved. It's an art.
I specifically wanted to go for like whatever was the most popular because I wanted to kind of see what people are into nowadays, what people are watching. And this is like one of the best ones out there, supposedly.
And you're not impressed.
It's
Never
it's
believe
cool.
that.
Yeah.
How's it going on your end, Di?
Should I tell the truth or
Get him.
You.
Get him.
Sure. I'm starving, currently dealing with an infestation of 4 different types of insects. A rat moved in yesterday as well.
God damn.
What else? Luckily, my computer didn't completely fuck up. That was after going through several to try to replace them, mostly so I can keep doing this show, which I'm very much enjoying, and you all make it very much worth it to be here. Yeah, just a lot of crises, one after another. Starving, did I mention that? Yeah, anyway. Life is terrible, but also I don't think that that's any reason not to share. If it brings you guys down, I'm sorry. That's just my life. That's how things are, but I'm still smiling. I don't stop. I can't stop. I don't really know how to. So, hey, maybe things will get better.
Fuck yeah, that's the spirit, dude. For sure. I mean, it sucks that everything sucks. And 4 is a lot of different types of bugs. But I'm fucking rooting for you, man. And I'm glad that it sounds like you're rooting for yourself. So props to you.
I mean, ultimately, I just like to get the fuck out of here. Just building owners are the fucking worst.
Mm-hmm.
But it is what it is, you know? You gotta deal with it.
The horrors persist, but so do you.
Hell yeah.
I know there's other things. I just can't think of them right now because the list is long.
What are you?
Please help
what are you playing
somebody.
Nowadays? That's how you're playing The Machinist?
It was Technomancer.
Technomancer
was what I was playing. So I played Mars Warlogs a while back. People seem to be very interested in that, and there was an interest that grew in the company that made it because of a nice little game about colonization that Spiders made called Greedfall, which made me make the decision not to really want to play the second one at all. But I did kind of just want to conclude it. Since everything's been kind of touch and go lately, I haven't been sticking with my schedule. I actually was playing... I finished up Mark of Kree, but I need to return back to Final Fantasy VII. We had just started it before I lost my computer. But I had to put the Technomancer down because the Technomancer got their voice acting from a particular company. That is one of the companies that's part of the strike right now. So I had to start one of my favorite games of all time, Dust: An Elysian Tale.
Oh shit, that's a 2D side scroller. It's pretty.
It is
real pretty game.
Metroid DMC. It is a fantastic game. And yeah, and things have been falling apart I haven't streamed for like a week. But yeah, no, I'm really, really excited to play Dust. It's been sitting there for years, literally collecting dust until I streamed it. A lot of games that I was into, I kind of like put on hold when I started streaming because I want to stream them. I want it to be like the first time again. So it's been a while since I played that, and I can't wait. Other than that, been playing some stuff on the side, getting prepped for some other streams. Because more than likely, Final Fantasy VII won't be back until after Halloween. Because I do like Halloween streams, and it's probably going to be another long one this year. Last year was vampires, and it went on till Christmas.
That's what it's lasting at least a couple of months.
Yeah, it was a weird thing that I bought like 1 or 2 vampire games, and I ended up getting a whole bunch more. Like there'd be a sale, or just one would fall on my lap, and just I was like, all right, fuck it, it's just vampires. So there's another thing that happened last year with another particular horror genre, so that's gonna go on. So yeah, I'm not gonna give myself 2 months to play Final Fantasy VII, so I'm probably gonna get into that afterwards. Oh, by the way, to specify, the original Final Fantasy VII. I'm actually playing through all the Golden Age ones. So we did 4, 5, and 6, and now we're gonna do 7, 8, and 9. And I'm probably not going to be able to resist playing 10. And in between, we've been playing other RPGs. So I've also played, what was it? It was Jade Empire, Chrono Cross. Yeah. So yeah.
Nice.
Old school
Well, nice
Final
for
Fantasy VII. God dang.
Heck yeah.
So it's always a good time.
That's the reason why I was so hype when we started doing this, because you had just gotten off of 6.
Oh yeah. Kind of rolls right into it. 6 is so good.
Very fresh in my head. Yeah.
You hear that Tactics
It's not
got a
my favorite.
confirmation?
Huh?
FF Tactics remake got confirmed. I think 9 might have too, but I think that might still be a maybe. But I think 9 might be next in the talks.
If I can be honest, if they don't do a full-on remake of 9, I don't really care. I really appreciate the fact that I'm able to play them as they are. 6 was the only issue, because I actually don't have the originals of those. I have the second editions, which came out on PlayStation, and they don't play very well.
Yeah.
6 is the worst one. It actually has a lot of slowdown on PlayStation. But I just like the fact that everything was made for that initial release. Like the menus look so ugly, like on the Steam versions and stuff like that. They look awful.
I had to use some mods. It was uggos.
I liked the Chrono Cross reissue, but only in the fact that they had it so you could switch back and forth. Because it's a gross game. It is very pixelated, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah, they kind of smoothed everything over. I don't know. It wasn't as bad as like the GTA Definitive Edition, but I was just glad people got to play Chrono Cross, because honestly, Trigger's the one that everybody loves. But Cross is interesting. Cross actually, in my opinion, got better with age.
Oh, Cross I never played. Trigger I played like once or twice as a kid. Got a couple of different endings, but yeah, I never tried Cross. A friend of mine swears by it though, so it's one of those ones that's on the maybe one day list.
It's got so much stuff going on for it. It's beautiful. And I also realized that I have a thing for, I was playing the new Mana demo, and it also has like a seaside town in the demo, and I'm like, yeah, I'm really into that aesthetic. Really. Like, I like fantasy stuff, but there's a reason why like Final Fantasy IX is my favorite for that kind of thing, because it was Final Fantasy of all things, which always does kind of like a pseudo fantasy thing.
Yeah.
But they had gotten so far away from it by the time they got to 9 that going back to that aesthetic from like the old games was a little off, and it works so well in my opinion. Yeah, because too many people do the Tolkien thing. I shouldn't be saying that, considering we do a
Too many people do the Tolkien thing,
Yeah, I'm
including
tired of fantasy stuff. It's gross.
including
Rubes, Val, y'all want to do a roll off, or do one of y'all want to go first?
You can go first, Val.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I wasn't ready. So yeah, I'm Bao. God, I don't really usually talk about connected. I just oh, I'm reconnected. Cool. Hi.
Hey, hello.
Sorry about
Okay.
that. But yeah, I do streamy stuff, and so like right now I'm juggling 3 main games on the channel. I'm doing some Hollow Knight, which is basically the perfect game. I don't care what anyone says.
Hollow Knight's so good.
It's actually ridiculously good. Like I'm starting to like break it down in my mind, and I never thought I would play a Metroidvania and then think, wow, this does the map better than Super Metroid. You know, because the map in Super Metroid is basically perfect.
Blasphemy.
I know, but like here we are in the year of our Lord 2024, and I'm like, Hollow Knight's really great, guys. Yeah, play it if you haven't. It's fantastic. I'm also playing Hades, which is another excellent game, and one of my viewers got me into Another Crab's Treasure, which is a surprisingly adorable Souls-like.
Ooh.
It's yeah, it actually kind of throws you off at first because it's got this cute cuddly vibe going on with it, and then I found an optional boss. I started to fight it, and it literally decapitated me. It's like the game can be surprisingly brutal for the colorful atmosphere it has going on.
Awesome.
I was gonna say, I don't know if I said it to you when you brought it up, but yeah, the weirdest thing about that game is like when you just fight the mobs, they're nothing. And then you actually come upon something that's formidable and it just destroys you.
It does. And in true Souls-like fashion, like if like 2 or 3 mobs get on you at once, or if a particular combination of mobs are attracted to your location, it can actually be just as brutal as some of the boss fights. Like you have to be careful. The game lulls you into a false sense of security with its jokes and its colors and its just totally vibing soundtrack, and then your shit gets pushed in. Like it can get rough.
I've been there.
Hey, yo, V, thank you for the yum yums. Thank you for the
Thank you.
bits.
Yo.
Thank you.
And also thank you,
Roxy.
Roxy.
Yeah.
But no, it's like aside from that, in a similar vein to Dime, like I haven't had to deal with 4. I've only had to deal with 1, but I finally defeated a pretty nasty ant infestation I had going on. I'm just on the other side of it. It feels great. Like
Okay, I have something to look forward to.
yeah, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Your tunnel may be longer with 4 different infestations, but it does get better. All I've got left now is to clear out the spiders. But I feel like everyone has to deal with spiders, so there's nothing really unusual about that.
Yeah, I'm more mad that they're not helping. I'm like, why are you biting me? There's so much food in here.
Well, Dime, that's what you get for being so darn sweet. Gosh.
That is true. That is true.
And I wouldn't know how to respond to that kind of compliment, to be honest.
And
But,
Rubes,
yeah, that's-
how many bugs have infested your home?
None, because I'm bitter as hell.
Okay, there we go. But no, aside from that, the only thing really going on in my life is somehow not enough work and too much work at the same time. I'm got a part-time job that doesn't give me enough hours, so I try to make up for that with DoorDash, and DoorDash can be pretty hit or miss. I recently came off of what I've come to think of as a DoorDash week, or for 1 week a month. I basically dedicate every spare moment I have to doing DoorDash just to make sure I can pay the rent. It's been surprisingly successful, especially toward the end of the week. Like I can make mad money on Fridays and Saturdays, but the rest of the week seems pretty dry on average.
And if you had something you wanted to say to the people who use DoorDash, just kind of like a general statement or, kind of like a warning or like a plea, what would it be?
Well, if there is one thing, like just at the center of my heart when it comes to a DoorDash, it's like, guys, if you live 8 to 10 miles away from the restaurant that you're ordering from,
Jesus.
don't only tip a single dollar.
Oh,
Or, like
brutal.
just, at least do half the mileage, like if you live 8 miles from the place, at least give me $4 extra,
For real.
just to cover the gas. I'm starting to turn down a couple of orders because of that. Like it's getting kind of ridiculous.
That's so long. The farthest my place will go is 4 miles.
Yeah, it's about
see,
that, right?
It's kind of weird. It's like the zone for my town is only like 3 miles. Like I have to be in the zone to accept orders, but then I can drive all the way to the next town over to deliver. Like I don't understand how that works, Like I think the furthest I've driven is like 14 miles
Ooh.
for a single order.
Why?
Now, admittedly, they tipped great, so I was actually kind of happy to do that. But just in general,
It's the fourth guy from Crazy Taxi. Like if you kind of do it in order, you get that one guy who makes you drive all the way past the little green area, past the highway and everything to the KFC all the way on the other side of town.
yeah. I mean, like, I'm very fortunate in that the car I'm driving does very, very well on gas mileage. I get like 34
Nice.
miles to the gallon, so it could be worse. But like, if you live far out of town, drop a couple of extra dollars for your dasher, because eventually you may run into a situation where no dasher wants to take your order. Okay, that's my one thing.
Appreciate it. And Rubes, how are you?
I wanted to go last because I'm always working. Yeah. If you don't know, I'm Rubes. I make stuff. I say that as a general thing, but I am a freelance artist. I take a lot of like NDA commissions that I can't talk about. But the things that I do display are like stickers I design. I have a monthly sticker club that I have to design 3 stickers every month, like draw it, ship it out. I do everything by myself, which makes it hard to take days off. And my 3-year anniversary for Rubes Make Stuff is actually coming up, so I'm planning on that right now.
Nice.
Yay.
Cool.
Yeah.
What do you plan to do
And
to celebrate?
The first plushie I made and sold was this like cutesy strawberry cow, and I wanted to remake that using kind of the newer patterns that I've been doing. And I also have commissions open. I've been working on some plushie commissions for friends, followers, and everything. So
Like who?
Rubes busy.
Anybody we know?
Like who? I don't know. Someone in this call might have. I don't know.
Dime.
What?
That's crazy.
Not that sweet.
But yeah, I'm just a 1-person plushie factory over here, just chilling with. I do have an assistant. She doesn't really do much. She's sleeping on my bed right now.
Aww.
What are you doing?
I was about to say.
What'd you think it was someone?
Damn, get called out.
Yeah, assistant. Oh, she looks so cute. But yeah, nothing much. I do plan on streaming more often this month because I'm close to affiliate.
Please do.
Yeah,
Right
I'm probably gonna do like work streams. Maybe stream.
Can I ask you a question?
Anything counts. Anything counts. Just get that affiliate. Just make that money.
What's your question, Doug?
Do you enjoy what you do?
Yeah, I love.
I'm
what I
always
do.
very surprised that, like, I'm insomniac and all that stuff. I'm sitting over here typing stuff out on Twitter at like 3 a.m, and Rubes is like, "Ooh, that's cool." I'm like, Rubes, what are you doing away? Oh, okay. Probably making something. Yeah.
I will say I'm significantly better with scheduling because if y'all didn't know, I do Cardi Bear plushies, the little mascot for Cardlin Audio that
Yeah.
we make plushies, which is how I found myself here because we talked about it. We talked about like JC wanting to make plushies. Oh, hey, I make plushies. Let's work together. back then, when we first launched the Cardi Bears, I would work until 2 a.m. because I didn't know how to stop. I'd like be up
Good
at
job.
I'd be up at 7 to walk Goop because that's just what I do every day, and then just nonstop working until 2. And I was like, that's not. It's not great for my mental health. It's not great for just me in general. So now I set the golden rule of okay, no working past like 10 or 11 p.m. depending on what I'm doing. Yeah,
I'm just
getting
glad
better
that
at it.
you really seem to like what
Oh
you
yeah,
do in
I
the first place.
love my work. The two things I wanted to be when I was younger was an artist and a plushie maker. So I'm basically living
Oh.
my childhood dream right now. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I remember specifically as a, like tiny rubes, I was like, oh, when I'm older, I want to make and sell plushies. And back then I thought I'd be working for like a company like Hasbro or something. Then during the pandemic, I'd been knowing how to sew since I was 10. I would make like little plushies out of like pillowcases and t-shirts and stuff. And then I took classes in high school for like learning how to sew, learning how to crochet, using a sewing machine and everything. And then in like the pandemic, it hit me like, oh, I can do this shit myself and start selling stuff to kind of like make some money and keep my mind occupied while I can't really do anything. And yeah, from there, Rubes Make Stuff started growing and growing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I
Nice.
genuinely, I don't take days off, which upsets my friends a lot, but it's because of how much I enjoy what I do.
Yeah, I'm
You know,
seeing
it's
Maka in chat
Mhm.
threatening you.
Yeah. I was in a call with some friends, including Roxbury, and they're like, "Hey, Rubes, how many days off have you had this year?" And so I looked through my calendar, added up. This was in May. I had taken 10 full days off this entire year.
Dang.
Mm,
Yeah, it's not great.
Mhm.
Mm.
I had to do the same. I've had to do the same with many things. I think the last thing was actually streaming. I think it was like a year or two ago, and I looked at like the total, and it was in the 300s. And there's
Mm.
only 300 something days in the year.
So I'm trying to take more like weekends
get
off,
it.
but also I like making stuff. I am getting back into bookbinding, which is like super fun. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I mean, I feel like there's a difference, like even so it's like every day you're making stuff, you're not going like full throttle, just working yourself to death, right? You have some casual making
Oh, yeah.
stuff
Yeah,
days
yeah, yeah.
too.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's
see,
the
that's
when-
not so bad to me then. You know what I mean? Like like if you can do that while relaxing, you've basically found the best thing in your life.
it's such a hard balance when like your creative hobbies have turned into work, and when you just like do stuff creatively as work. There was a time
Mhm.
where like every single drawing I did was somehow work related or a commission, and I like fell out of love with drawing because I was doing it only for profit and not for me.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's hard to get that balance, but I'm working on it.
That is the best advice I could probably give to anybody when it comes to that. I always ask people like what they're up to because I'm like, you have to continue playing games for yourself.
Hmm.
You have to. If all you're doing is playing games when you're streaming, it can take away a lot from what you do, and it definitely happens with any form of creative work that you do.
Hmm.
You see, oh, go ahead.
I saw I was gonna say like what you just said reminded me. I saw my favorite tweet of yours, and it was when you were working with some material like a week ago.
Oh, and the shit was everywhere. Yeah,
And-
like it's like a
And the
fuzzier
first
material.
tweet is just like, this shit is everywhere. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is crazy. I'm never gonna do this again. And then like 3 hours later, but oh my god, look at these results. This shit is so fun. I'm never gonna stop doing this.
Yeah, like I had a New Year's resolution where like I usually work with one type of fabric that is very easy to work with. It's not super messy. And my New Year's resolution was, okay, I need to start working with stuff outside of my comfort zone.
Yes.
And then it reminds me like, oh, this is why it's not in my comfort zone, because it's fucking everywhere and I hate the mess. But it really does like the whole hard work, like it has good payoff and everything. Yeah, I need to keep reminding myself I'm doing this shit. I'm putting myself through this mess because it looks very nice in the end.
Mhm.
Hooray.
Hey. And that is how we are all doing. Do we want to move on to the questions?
Boy, I'm glad you went last.
Let's.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me see. I gotta click some buttons. Bip, blop.
Oh, and just a reminder, we have the form link pinned in the chat right now, so if y'all have even more questions, feel free to send them our way.
Yeah, our first question today is from V. Everybody knows V. Everybody loves V. V asks, Hey everyone, my question to y'all is, have you hydrated today? If so, yay. If not, take a drink now, because hydration is important and so are you. Thank you for bringing this incredible story to life with your wonderful characters. Take care.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'll take a little
I just
sippy
took a
sip
sip
right
of water.
now. Yeah.
So
I will take another.
So, it's kind of funny. One of the people that very frequently chats when I'm streaming, Franny, almost every stream, the first thing she does is she puts out my hydrate emote. So I am forced against my will to hydrate every time I stream. So yes, I have hydrated.
Dude. Hydrate or dihydrate.
Exactly.
Have you
Thank you,
hydrated
Franny.
time?
Mm?
Have you hydrated?
Oh, that's like the one thing that I have to do. Although I have to get in, my cooling situation is a little better now, so I have to get used to taking these things out of the fridge. But luckily it's melted and I was able to drink. I was more like giggling at our relationship because Franny's a little nicer to me. But she'll do it to me too. Yeah.
She's gotten really aggressive with me. It's like she'll put the emote, then she'll spend the bits to make the emote bigger. Then she'll.
Because she knows somebody needs to look out for you.
I sure don't do it for myself, so I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Franny. Keeping our boy
she's
hydrated.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
That's our circle. If you guys are curious, it's Val, Franny, myself, Haswana. If any of y'all know her,
Mhm.
Yeah, I love
and
Haswana.
Eswana Yuki.
hell yeah, and of course Gemeriki.
Hey.
Nice
Next
question.
Can't tell
question.
Franny shit.
This one is from Katie, aka Subdoodles, saying,
Oh,
"How did-"
also, speaking of Katie, new emote. New Winnie
Yes.
emote. It's so cute.
Look at those
It's a little blinking
eyeballs.
Winnie.
Katie asks, how did each of you go about creating and designing your characters? Was there anything that inspired you when creating them? Yeah, I stole my idea entirely. Like, my
The
idea.
truth comes out.
So the this all happened in like a week, right? Like it happened with like Key, where it's like, hey, we're just like casually talking about it. Then it's like suddenly it's like, oh, by the way, let's play immediately. I was like, oh god, so I had to like really scramble. I took my old favorite character, Jedediah, and I decided to keep him Filipino, but make him more round than tall. And give him a full-on Filipino accent as opposed to kind of just like a big dumb guy accent. And then the backstory I just stole from one of my new favorite animes. So it's just completely 100% taken from Delicious in Dungeon. So
Such a good anime.
good backstories, a lot of good backstories in that anime.
Uh-huh.
Not everything in my backstory was fully fleshed out. It actually, I don't know if it's the last piece of it, but the last piece of it was finalized during one of the streams, actually. There was an event that happened that I needed to think fast on. And when I did that, it pretty much solidified what the rest of the story would be. Everything else is... Since this is probably the first campaign I've done in a long time, and the first proper campaign I've done ever, I would say, I didn't really have a lot of great times with a lot of campaigns in the past. but I've always enjoyed and appreciated the game. So that's one of the reasons why I went a little bit basic in a way. I did want to pick samurai as my actual class, but I was like, yeah, pick warrior, because I wanted to focus more on the role playing part of it. And watching Key go through it was kind of interesting because since you're role playing, there's always going to be some part of yourself that comes out, especially early on. And so I was like, okay, well, let's just tempt that even further and let's actually put something into my character that has a lot to do with me. So there is a bit of me there, and the rest of it is mostly how do I say that? This is just going to be full-on dime exposure today. Beefon is not that far from myself, but it is a part of me that could exist if it wasn't for other things. Is the thing that people who are close to me who know that I will always say is that I've had issues with a lot of people, but when I'm being myself, I have even more issues. And it's a hard thing to explain right now because not a lot of stuff has come out about Beefon. I have put things out there, but I don't know if anybody's caught on to any of the things that I put out there.
Like what? Like what? Like what?
I can tell you the occasions.
Okay.
The brothel had an occasion where part of my backstory came out, and the other one came out when we met the gal who wanted to know our secrets. And that's all I can say.
Okay.
I can only say when they happen. So if you caught it, you caught it. I've tried to hint to certain things. A lot of things are embedded in Beefon's character.
You know, as soon as you mentioned the brothel, like the first thing I wanted to say was, man, I knew you was a player. I knew it.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that are there. I figured that I would just tempt fate, and it's like, yeah, I'm probably gonna get hit hard by this. And there have been some things that have hit kind of close to home, and not just with me, but with other people. Things that I've seen happen with others, and it's like, damn. It's like not only are like he's not going out of her way to terrorize me. I will say that. But at the same time, like sometimes even things that happen with other people do have an effect on me based on some of the things that I centered my character around. But yeah, when more stuff comes out, maybe we'll have another Q&A and I'll say what's what. You know, has Dime actually been with 3 people at one time? I don't know. Who's to say?
Where's the character separation there?
You will neither confirm nor deny, is what you're saying.
Why wouldn't I? I just can't. It's lore and it hasn't come out yet, so can't say anything.
As one of the 3, I can also neither confirm nor deny.
He was all of them, actually. He is just as big as Ludo in real life, and I felt so consumed.
Just rode the waves.
It was
slid on,
like an infinite cuddle.
Around.
Nah, dude, I was thinking like Tarquin, what was it, Volantis and
Yes.
Dario were 3.
Dario.
Fucking, you give shit for to keep from Dario, fucking whole ass Volantis.
Close. It's very close. They both have
Very
ends.
close.
Who would like to go next with a question? Want to hear it again?
I can go first because mine kind of leads into Val's character.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So, visually wise, like Camellia is deer satyr. I knew I didn't want to be like a humanoid, like a human. So I was like, okay, maybe like cool satyr. And there was a D&D character from an artist that I follow called Arcane Gold. I can post it in both Discords. Who has this like really beautiful deer character, and I was like, I would love something like that. I knew I wanted something kind of more naturey, And when it came to the backstory and everything, Key had basically a whole spreadsheet of like, okay, Fragmentium, which has been mentioned in the game already. Like, cool, Fragmentium. There's a bunch of people that Camellia can be like related to. Who would you want? What details would you like? And she kind of pieced together everything like from there, because I wanted something magical, and she's like, okay, Fey Realm. I have a bunch of lore for Fey Realm. I will just kind of puzzle piece Camellia in there. And yeah. And in that puzzle piece, there's Danny. Which it was so funny when she was like, yeah, like, I also want to have Val on. Val might have, like, connections to, like, Camellia. That connection being Danny works for her mom. Which is, I was very excited when you hopped on, Val, because I was like, ooh, Camellia lore is gonna start coming out a bit more. Fucking, I wouldn't have called Camellia a Nepo baby, but I mean, you're not wrong. I thought that was, it's so funny, because I'm like, here's my little, like, tiny little baby deer, and she's Nepo baby? I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, visual-wise, I had created Camellia in about a day. I was just sketching up a bunch of different designs, and I was like, okay, deer with horns, who's also a satyr. Here you go, Key. Just throwing the sketches at her, and she loved it instantly. I have been drawing her a lot. If you give me a cool character design, I will just obsess over it.
It's very good.
It makes me so happy.
So, since the transition is obvious, I guess I'm gonna go next here.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start with the visual aspect of my character, because that was all me. People who have known me for a while know that I do have a certain thing for the visually outlandish characters. Terry Jerry is probably the most well known. He was Terry Jerry. He was a very colorful.
Now that was a player.
Amen to that. He was able to jump around like a spider monkey. It was great. That was a character I played in Final Fantasy XIV for 5 or 6 months, and Terry Jerry's design is fairly similar to Danny's, actually, as far as like the basic color scheme, the purples and the greens, and funnily enough, Key actually helped with the finer points of Terry Jerry, because she was there when I was making him. So I just have a thing for characters that are visually loud, I guess is the best way to put it. But as for Danny himself, like beyond the visual stuff, Key had to help a lot with Danny as far as working him into the story in a way that it would make sense for him to disappear for a week or two at a time, because I have a very inconsistent work schedule. At the very beginning, I was telling Key that it probably wouldn't be possible for me to even join this campaign because of my very inconsistent, life. But she's like, no, we can do this. I have this thing called the Fey Realm. And so we spent maybe 2-3 hours kind of talking about it. Then we parted ways as one of us had to go to bed. I think it was me. And I came back the next day, and Key had messaged me like a dozen times with all this information, including like a full dossier of the company that I'm working for, which I still have not fully read because there's a lot there.
Same.
Like, Key, I don't know how she does it, but when Key starts doing this lore thing and she really has a rabbit to chase, she'll come back like 2 hours later with a Bible. Like, it's nuts. So Key is amazing. And after she dumped all that on me, there was a bit more of some back and forth, because I had some ideas about how I wanted Danny to be, and she worked with me really well. And y'all have seen very little of Danny the Dapper Dwarf. Like, there's a lot going on. Like, there's like, sometimes I still have to ask Key. It's like, so what did we decide on this? And she has to remind me, because there's a lot going on. But yeah, that's Danny. I would say Danny is like 60% me, 40% Key, 100% awesome.
Hell yeah.
There's no like specific inspiration, but I feel like Terry Jerry is the closest I have to an inspiration for Danny.
I love these
I'll
names.
see if I'll see if I can find some old screenshots of Terry Jerry and share them in the Discord or something.
Nice.
I may not have any anymore, but I'll dig around, see if I can find one.
Brad, let's... Next question, shall we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we got. This one's from Maka.
Am I still audible
Maka.
and stuff? I turned
Yeah.
it down a little bit because my
Yeah,
mic keeps
yeah.
going off. All right, good.
Yeah. Maka asks, the whole group is playing Overcooked. Who keeps burning food? Who constantly falls off the stage? And who is giving commands? Camellia answer for all three?
Oh, okay.
Oh. Well, I feel like Ludo, being the master chef, should answer.
Oh, okay. In my opinion, okay, who keeps burning food? Umberli, obviously. Who constantly falls off the stage? That would be... Winnie? And who's giving commands? I think Beefon does a really good job of keeping the chaos in order.
Oh God.
It's all on you now, be fun.
You got this.
I
You're gonna do
What? Well, it's either that or burning the food or falling off the stage. Lesser of three evils.
Oh, see, when I heard the question, I thought it was just like which of the playable characters is which.
And who do you think is who?
I'm obviously the one falling off the stage. I don't, but I do like that you worked in some of our favorite NPCs there. I don't know. I feel like Camellia being the Nepo baby wouldn't be a very good cook.
I was
Like,
gonna
she
say.
just- She
I
just
was gonna say she probably has
That's
not
good.
cooked a day in her life.
like yeah, she's just had the food served to her.
Mhm.
I will agree
And-
with you with the falling off the stage thing because you're the only one that's had mobility problems out of all of us.
And burning the food, I'm just gonna say Ludo because I think that would be a funny answer.
Intentional? Maybe it's a singed.
Yeah,
There was that one time.
Oh, I did roll a 1. I think I was on
Ludo probably doesn't remember.
I was on
He was
peyote or
poisoned.
something. Yeah.
And then yeah,
drugs.
I'm gonna agree with Camellia about Beefon giving the commands because he's good at keeping things in order.
Oh God.
And sometimes you have really clever ideas. Look,
Leonardo is a very important
done-
role in the Ninja Turtles.
you've done set of expectations for your character time just the way you've played him.
So you remember that thing I was saying about aspects of my real life? This is making me so uncomfortable. I am the most reluctant leader in the world.
I was
I
about
am
to say
such a reluctant leader.
I can imagine Tarquin trying to give commands, and then Beefon has to step up and be like, "Okay, guys, no. We actually are gonna do this."
You know, I feel like Tarquin would start to give commands, and then halfway through it'd be like, "Do you know who I am?
I was thinking like a Gordon Ramsay type thing.
Yeah. Listen to me, I'm important."
Tarquin breezes through an overcooked match. I have this picture in my head of Tarquin being, oh, what's that dude's name? Oh man, the wrestler with like the big hair. He just recently came back too. The guy who used to
Baldy?
spit apples in people's faces.
Mankind?
Carlito.
Oh.
Because Carlito was really good at kind of making other people do the work for him. I could kind of see him just laying back like, yeah, you guys keep doing what you're doing. No, it's coming along just fine. No. Continue. You don't need my help. You got it. You got this.
Also, Maka has a bonus. Who is yeeting / flinging ingredients on the floor instead of bringing it over with their hands?
Friends.
Yeah.
That's probably
Yes.
the best answer. Yeah.
He doesn't have hands. That's why
Exactly.
he has to eat it.
That.
I can't
Oh.
believe that.
Oh, speaking.
I still can't
speaking
believe
of-
that's the first roll of the game.
Yeah,
It's a
I was
natural
about to
20.
say, you know,
That was beautiful.
I'm slowly making my way through the VODs as I'm trying to learn the story, and I was just about to say, it's like of all the things that could be the first roll of the game, it's just big old Ludo flying through the air, gracefully catching a bird. Like, what in the actual? You can't make that up. You just
I feel like
can't.
that really set the tone of the campaign.
Oh god.
When DMs include like just throwaway details just to kind of help paint the scene, like that totally like sets the pace for the rest of the episode. There's like a throwaway joke of like, yeah, in slow motion you see a bird fly by. And I was like, that's it.
You're
Now
like,
we
I
have a
tried to
forever
catch
NPC.
Yeah, like the throwaway joke of mind melding in the last session. Val, last session, JC made a joke about like Ludo and Tarquin trying to communicate with just looks, like mind melding or something, haha.
Oh.
And
man.
he had this whole thing of like
I've seen
oh.
a couple of the memes from that.
Ludo
Oh.
channels Esimic to go into Tarquin's mind, and he experiences all of Tarquin's like memories and shit.
Oh, so there was a big lore dump for Tarquin,
Mhm.
and I missed it.
It's pretty cool.
It was
in there.
really funny because Darian had before the stream was like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna say shit about Tarquin's backstory." He didn't have to say anything. It was great.
Ludo came back and he's
Oh,
just like,
man.
neat. It's real cool in there. All right, let's go. Next question. This one's from Throckmorton.
That is an
Oh.
awesome name. I'm just gonna say.
Throckmorton asks, be honest,
I-
you all knew who Tarquin was before you met him. You're just trying to humble him, right?
Yes.
Well, obviously, he's just a very famous, person in the Fey realm. We all know his name. When I was a wee lad, stories about him were told in whispers. It was nuts. His
Honestly,
exploits are. Sorry,
I didn't think he was real.
Yeah, I didn't like when I met him. I was just like, my God, the stories don't do justice to his hair. Just don't.
In my land,
Oh, you
he
don't-
goes by a different name. He is Nanawe, the Godbringer. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's
Well, you know me, I please people. Just hope he hasn't gotten off to the fact that I recognized him.
Those three people had a really good time. That's true.
Speaking of the first session, I just really enjoyed the fact that Darian rolled a 1 for knowing Tarquin as well. So not even Tarquin knows Tarquin.
Oddly fitting. You got to watch that last
Yeah.
episode.
Mm-hmm.
It's
is the
just,
VOD up for the last episode? Because I know we had trouble with it.
I forgot to do that. Okay. You just reminded me that I need to do that.
All right, make it.
It
Update your
can
to-do
be.
list. Make an alert on your phone. Whatever.
Mhm. I can remind you after stream too.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, okay. Well, just shoot down all my ideas. It's fine. Fine.
You can ask Alexa. All right. Next question is from. How do we pronounce this name?
Oh! I got it.
Yeah.
JZ.
Yo.
JC. Okay, JC asks, what's your character's hobby or secret talent we never get to see or mention?
I'm sorry, that's classified information. I can't share
You're
that
trying
with
to pull
you at this-
secrets out
at
of us?
this,
Come on.
Just like, maybe you have like a little detail about your character that you have going on in your head that you haven't had a chance to ever play out in game.
Okay,
Maybe your
okay.
character whittles or something.
You know what? This wasn't a planned talent of Danny, but I saw that image y'all made where Danny is playing the flute in that little band that our characters were in. So yeah, Danny is the best flutist you've ever heard. or that you've never heard. Flautist. I don't know all these. Look, I don't know all these fancy terms. I'm an uncultured Southern boy.
He flouts.
That is everybody. I said that word somewhere like 2 weeks ago, and everybody said, "What the fuck is that?" Just the shock on people's faces. Well, we had to fade to black on mine. But
Hey!
the
There we go.
Valentine's Day, the what do you call it? The talent that Beefon has is kind of funny because I actually have a kit because I can do costuming, but I never used it. I always use my detect magic. I rarely ever had an opportunity to hide myself. There was one opportunity that I did have when those guys were approaching us outside the temple, but it was already too late because they were already coming. But I've been using it to make stuff, which I think is really interesting. So it's not really a hidden talent, but as far as Beefon's concerned, it's a hidden talent. It's something that just happened while we were doing the show. What was it? It was making the hat.
Yeah, making.
That was the
Friends'
first
hat.
one.
Episode 1.
Making Friends' hat, the bow tie, Friends' shoebox bed.
For sure, had Beefon not made that hat, for sure Ludo would have eaten that bird.
Aw.
Like we would not have a mascot. We would not have any
say
gifts.
it's the best emote. It would have been such a shame for it not to have been born.
It would have just been a throwaway thing of, oh yeah, and then we had Seagull for dinner that night.
Well,
Yeah.
to be honest, the first episode, I was thinking, it's like, oh man, I don't want to give the DM like this like pet they have to control now forever. It's like, nah, to make it like a throwaway joke turn into some like forever responsibility. But now there they are in the upper left of the stream forever.
Yay!
Or
Totally
ever.
worth it. I can't tell the difference between a real bird and Key anymore.
Camelia's talent is that canonically, like in her character sheet, she can play the longhorn, which is why I like drew all the characters playing instruments.
Neat.
She is very proper young lady. She has been classically trained and everything. She just does not like to talk about it.
Yeah, people are mean. Call her a nepo baby.
I mean, she is.
I love this.
Not gonna lie, when I asked this question, I basically took my inspiration from the same piece. Ludo can sing and dance.
Oh,
He's a natural born showman, I think.
I was about to say because he's Filipino.
I don't want to say it, but
Hey.
yeah, basically.
Filipinos are good at karaoke and performing.
I'm saying he's a good healer. He's a pretty good nurse. We haven't seen him deliver mail yet, but I bet he's pretty good at that too.
Dude, don't say that. My oldest sister's a nurse and her husband's a fucking USPS worker.
Yeah, it's my uncle and my aunt. Yeah, it's like
That's like the ideal Filipino immigrant like couple. When does he pull out the magic mic? Yes,
I think Ludo doesn't sing now that he's with like a professional singer, but I like to think that maybe there's going to be a future scene where Umberlai's not feeling too well and he sings to her and she's surprised. Like there's little headcanon romancy scenes going on in my head.
Wala to ocho ocho.
Okay, here we go. Next question from Scorpio. Is there an item of sentimental value that each party member carries with them?
Does Winnie count?
Is Winnie an item?
I mean, that's the only thing I can really think of.
And Danny's all business, so it's a no for me.
I don't believe I do either.
Dang. Okay. Well, when I made
Yeah.
Ludo as a cleric, his domain was cooking, and given his backstory and everything that happened with him, his cookbook is kind of like the same. Like he uses his cookbook the way others might use a Bible, or a wizard might use a spell book. So yeah, his cookbook is not only something he uses every day, but also has a lot of sentimental value, given the history of where it came from. Yeah.
That's the one place. Yeah. Oh God. What's it called? Basically using is it Kanabo? Man, I am terrible at this. But yeah, it is Kanabo. That's what I'm using. That's probably the closest thing. That is one of the references I've actually made, which is when we were getting our armors done, and I was asking if I could get a weapon. I specifically asked for something that was made from the wood from where I'm from, in the world of Yesafre. So that's probably the only thing I do carry that has some sort of sentimental value. And that is another one of those things that reflects me in real life, is whenever I'm asked the question of what I would bring to a zombie apocalypse, it's always a blunt object, because I don't want sharp things getting stuck in dead people while I'm trying to fight other dead people. I like a rock on a stick. That's what I want. Like, think about it. You have, like, if you were in the Middle Ages, you'd have to find the seams in the armor to hit with your sword. You have to be really skilled in whatever. You just pick up a mace and just bonk somebody in the head. If it doesn't take them out, it is going to be one of the worst things they've ever felt inside of that armor.
Yeah, that's gonna suck.
Also, I'd like to elaborate on me saying Winnie, because with Camellia, can't go into details much, but she left home for a reason. She didn't want to really bring a lot of stuff with her. So Winnie is kind of the closest thing to something she brought from home with her. And it's her pet. I remember kind of threatening Key with like, oh, can I have a pet? And she's like, yeah, sure. And I was like, can I have a giant frog? And she's like, oh yeah, totally. And as I was looking through the spells, I was like, ooh, there's speak with animals. I could.
And have will.
I use my powers for good.
Without revealing too much of Camellia's lore, was, part of the reason she left maybe some kind of "I hate you, Mom," followed by door slam, crying, writing angry poetry?
That would have to involve her talking to her mom. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, that's a little bit of lore. That's a little lore drop. A little lore drippity drop.
I do like if Camellia were to write angry poetry, what would it sound like?
Here's the thing. It would be like, again, classically trained. It'd be like something really beautiful in like handwritten calligraphy. That would just basically be like, I fucking hate it here.
See, here I was thinking maybe she would take the opportunity to rebel against her classical training and just write shit, just absolute garbage.
Trying to write a haiku, but the syllables are all wrong.
Yeah, there you go. I do what I want.
All right, next question. Let's see what we got. From Roxery. Oh boy, this one. I saw this one earlier and I was like, oh Jesus. Roxery says, this one's for JC. Thoughts on Esimic? And what do you think about Umberlai's implied opinions of Esimic? Okay, so you're asking JC. You're not asking for Ludo's opinion. And you're asking, I'm going to take your question exactly as it's written. What are my thoughts on Esimic as an entity, as Esimic? I think Esmic's really fucking cool. Like having like this kind of like mysterious god who's kind of, seems to be celestial and seems to be holy, but he also seems to kind of have like a sinisterness to them, having this like evil side to them. Like it kind of is like, you ever see like one of those like sci-fi scenarios where it's like there's the Inquisitors, right? And it's like maybe like the order for good is entirely holy, but then the Inquisitors are kind of like, yeah, we're for good, but we're also kind of sneaky evil, need to know all the information and we'll torture it out of you. Like I kind of like that kind of like evil kind of vibe. So I think Esimic's cool. I'm also hoping that Esimic will surprise me and have some kind of like, surprisingly good aspects to them and isn't just a holy evil deity. As for your next question, what do you think of Umberlai's implied opinions of Esimic? I have many opinions on this matter. Yeah. But overall, I think
you the scream again. Just
yeah, I think what do I think about? I mean, overall, my takeaway is, damn, I wish I never did it because she seems really upset by it, and ultimately, you know, neither JC nor Ludo wants Umberlai to be upset, and it seems that she's upset about this. So, I think Ludo and I are in agreement, we're in agreeance, if you will, that I think we both wish that it never happened, because it only seems to have caused negative things that happen in response. But what's done is done, and Daddy Esimic will love me more than any of you ever will, forever and ever and ever, amen. Next question. Did any of y'all want to hit? You know, want to tap in on that?
If you want to go through that again.
I'm not touching that one.
Next question.
I'm good.
I'm just leaving that one alone too.
Next question is also from Roxbury, who says, for everyone, if you could adopt a skill or attribute from your character, what would it be? Oh, mine's easy. I wish I could cook as well as Ludo. For sure. Like champion level cooking, that's like god tier skills.
Being able to cook without a cookbook.
Yeah.
Just recipes off the top of your head is insane.
You don't like, I think we asked you this like way earlier in the campaign. Like you're just coming up with a lot of this stuff off the top of your head, right?
Yeah, entirely. I mean, I watch a lot of like, you know, I'll watch like Barbecue Masters or whatever it is on Netflix. And like, I'll watch like Iron Chef, but no, I myself don't know how to cook very well at all. And, but you know, I watch The Bear. And I like that show a lot. So I feel like Ludo is kind of like a happy version of Carmi.
It is very legit. Like sometimes it does sound like you know what you're talking about. I mean, you know,
Really?
from watching all these shows and everything like that.
Dang.
It's kind of neat.
Maybe he's just really good at faking it.
I mean, I'm not that great when it comes to all kind of dishes and stuff.
Yeah.
So
I
it
mean,
might just be my limited knowledge.
I can't cook at all.
But it works.
So you could just pull out the most ridiculous bullshit, and I'll be like, yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, say it with confidence and people tend to believe you. I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, with that, I guess I'll go next. And so the comment that I made earlier, I'm going to just say this every time something comes up for Beefon. I forgot who it was in chat that said it, but it just made me smile. And it was somebody who said, I really love his confidence. I think I was trying to like lie to somebody or smooth talk my way out of a situation. And it was just like, it was like one or two people in chat that had mentioned that. And it doesn't always work in real life. As a matter of fact, I had a bit of a situation. I had a bit of a situation where I found out someone found me very arrogant for being the way that I am. And that's what I mean when I say that people don't necessarily respond to me the way that people respond to Beefon. It's a weird dynamic that I'll probably get into like during stream if you guys ever come by the stream, or maybe one day when we are able to talk more about Beefon's lore, it'll probably come up. But yeah, there's a lot of there's a bit of me and Beefon, a bit of Beefon and me, but my riz don't go over so well. It doesn't. Where a lot of people, I would probably say where a lot of people are willing to hear Beefon out, a lot of people don't do that to me in real life. It tends to be, I remember asking somebody once, like, is your bullshit detector that you just think everybody's full of shit? And they're like, yeah. How's it a bullshit detector?
I mean, that's yeah. So, on the subject of Riz, I guess I'll go next.
Hey.
Yeah. I've never been a very persuasive person. Like persuasion is Danny's highest trait. And in real life, I've never really been a very persuasive person. My first job was actually as an insurance salesman, and I fucking sucked at that because that's just not how I am at all. I'm not a salesman. I can't convince people to do things usually. So if there was a particular trait that I wish I'd had that Danny does, it would be that. I feel like a few aspects of my life would have gone much more smoothly if I was able to persuade people.
I like how all your guys' answers are pretty deep. I just want to talk to animals.
Well, what would Goob sound like?
Hi,
Oh,
I'm Goob.
oh,
I like food. I like licking stuff.
oh.
I eat pee.
Have you seen that
Funny
TikTok where it's like, where did you say dinner was? 4:30?
Yeah, that would be more her because she's old.
It's like 4:28 and she's screaming at you. Dude! Oh wait, cats already do that.
Oh, Goob's a dog.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry.
Goob dog.
You're good.
Jody Marie,
Yeah.
thank you. All right, next question.
Well, actually, some dogs do that too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she does. She loves bothering me whenever it's almost dinner time.
Next one is also from Roxery. Roxery would like to
Roxery-
know,
Roxery
for
asks a lot.
everyone, if your character could steal anything at all in the world, what would they steal?
I feel like I can answer for Tarquin because he would steal the ship.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I feel like Ludo could steal anything he wanted to in the world. But the one thing he's having trouble with right now is Umberlai's heart back.
Oh,
So we'll go with that. But yeah, I don't think there's anything that Ludo wants that he cannot get or would not get.
Don't know if there's anything that Beefon would steal.
Yeah, I'm having trouble answering the question too.
man.
I mean, if there's something that Danny would really like, it would be to be his own boss. So I guess the deed to the Fragmentium, like being able to own that, maybe.
Dang. What
A whole
about
ass
start a small?
Fragmentium,
I know,
dude.
like not like start your own small business. It's like steal
No.
the entire.
Well, no,
steal
it's
all of
like
Walmart.
I mean, it's like I'm trying. Like, yeah, exactly. Well, it's like I'm trying to think of like if he could steal it, why build from the ground up when you can steal someone else's work, right?
Danny Bezos.
I don't know. It's that's like the only answer. Danny, keys to the kingdom. Exactly. There you go. I just can't think of anything else. Because like if there's one thing that Danny is not, is a thief. He may try to trick you out of something, but he won't just outright steal anything from you.
I can't wait till you get to the episode of where you learn how we get the cupcakes.
I was gonna say it would be wrong for me to say that Beefon wouldn't steal something, but all those things are they don't. There's nothing. Well, okay, we stole like a lot of stuff from that, ladies.
Yeah, we did.
Y'all
Yes.
are terrible.
Yeah,
Y'all
That
are
was
just
great.
No, we're-
absolutely terrible.
Are we the baddies?
ain't punched anybody yet though. Oh.
Can't believe. Okay. Just you just wait. Your turn is coming.
So
What the
His-
punch
Will you
kid?
punch
his
me
turn to punch
now?
a kid or his turn to get punched? What?
No, him punching a child. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What did I ever do to you?
I genuinely can't think of anything that Camellia would want to steal.
I mean, it's kind of
trying to-
hard when you're a Nepo baby. You already got everything. you
Shouldn't
want.
have.
Oh.
Yeah.
I feel like this is like part Q&A, part roast for Camellia. This is
Here's the
great.
thing, like, I was explaining this to JC and Key like a couple sessions ago, but I was hanging out with Maka and she was like, man, it's so funny how like they bully you on stream a lot.
Ooh.
And you guys, all of you, all of you
What?
bully
He's like,
me.
who?
Huh?
Then he just starts to whistle innocently.
But I'm used to it because I'm the youngest sibling of 5. So whenever I hop on stream, I'm like, yeah, it's just hang out with my sibling.
Oh yeah,
I'm the
okay,
punching
you-
bag.
The youngest of 5. You've been through the ringer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also think it's fucking hilarious too.
Thank you, Roxbury.
I did laugh, but it was mostly because JC took my favorite part of your character's design and made it something terrible.
What?
I actually really like all the shit in your hair.
Oh, right! You jerk!
Yeah. Yeah, she's got bugs and stuff on her hair.
Oh gosh, Val, the last.
I was about to say, I feel like I've missed something here.
Oh god, the last session, like, Darian had accidentally called Tarquin Beefon. And JC just rolled with that and was like, yeah, and I'm Camellia. I smell like mud. I have hooves in my hair. I like to smell my hooves. And it's like, my daughter!
Okay. Okay, but in Ludo's defense, have you ever seen Camellia where she's not like violently smelling her own hooves? Has there been one scene where Camellia isn't doing that? Name one, and I'll stop. I can't think of a single moment. All right, that's okay. Well, all right, next question.
God damn it.
Asking for a friend asks, "What's your favorite moment from the campaign so far?" Sausage arc.
Oh, yeah.
Sausage arc was beautiful. Sausage arc was chaos. Sausage arc was sausage arch was everything to me. When I saw Sausage Arch, I was like, this is the way things are meant to be. This is the tone has been set for the rest of this campaign.
It's not just me being
sausage arc.
Oh,
I can't wait to look. I said I'm slowly making my way through the VODs. I can't wait to hear what Sausage Arc is about.
You're not
so
far.
good.
It's coming soon.
See, this is where I become the reluctant leader because, see, I would have said that you are the leader, and I kind of appreciate it because I know that if I leave things in your hands, that pure chaos will reign. And I really appreciated that you guys not only harassed everybody on the other side of town, but also pretended to be me and Camellia. That was perfect. It was perfect. They keep getting better and better and better and better and better. Though we've had some epic fights, I really like to fight in a theater. That one was probably the most fun and chaotic.
Really
it was all over the place, and I like how everybody worked with it. And like I said, just everybody's just fighting here, there, and everywhere. Camellia in one guard, just back and forth the whole time. Was great. As many great moments as there have been, honestly, the campaign keeps getting better and better and better. So I'm going to have to say, going into Tarquin's mind was some shit.
Oh god, yeah.
Dude.
Out of nowhere, like, just Key saw that she had something and she went with it, and that shit was good.
Key is such a way of painting a scene, huh?
Mm-hmm.
My god.
She's absolutely fucking incredible. Taking that like throwaway joke and just absolutely running with it at full speed.
Yeah, that's the biggest reason. I said this very early on in the campaign. What I love is that every time something is left on the table, somebody picks it up, and I'm always happy. Somebody always sees the opportunity and totally seizes it. And that was one of those moments. That's why there's so many good ones. Is like, yeah, like you said, it's a throwaway joke, but Now we gonna make something out of this thing.
It really makes me think that we have we're gonna have to be careful what we say around Key.
Yep.
Just because anything can be used against us in the court of law.
So it's not just my joy at what occurs, because I don't know what's going to occur, but it's the fact that I know it's about to. And for me, that moment was when she asked you to roll the dice, and then you had to see if Harkin was willing, and Darian said, "Yeah, go ahead, pal." Jumped in my head.
Did not
And I was like, "Oh, I know what she's about to do. Oh my God." It struck me so hard, and she did it so well. And I was like, "Oh God, there's a lot." But yeah, that was the latest and greatest, man. That was amazing.
I always suck when it comes to choosing favorite moments because, like Dime said, there's so many incredible moments like throughout the campaign, and they're gonna continue to be because we're all amazing and Key is incredible. Something I really liked was Cupcake Heist.
Yeah.
That was kind of like the first thing that Camellia got into that like realm, and then instantly was like, okay, well, we're stealing from an old lady, sure, yeah. And we got like the cupcakes, which ran for so long, and only recently like we ran out of them. And like from the cupcakes, we were able to come up with like, a bunch of different like fun things, like the whole mind memory thing with Ludo getting the tickets, the body switching.
Deep
Man,
chaos came from those cupcakes.
Mm-hmm. It was very fun.
That's actually a good one, because for a long time, until very recently, I've always been around for Darian's bad rolls when it comes to stuff he actually has high stats in. So I find it really funny that like I trusted him to go up on the roof, but he made a shitload of noise while he was up there. Because I heard how well the one that you guys did that I couldn't be a part of went, how that heist went. I was like, oh yeah, you got to use his stealth and all that other stuff. And then just when I'm there, his stealth rolls are always bad. I'm like, oh no.
So as the original founding member, as a person who's been here the longest, what was Danny's favorite moment?
Oh yes.
Knower of all.
I was just about to say, it's like I have the opposite problem y'all do. I have much fewer moments to choose from. So, you know what? Just because I feel it set the mood for the whole campaign, and because of the very strong and very ridiculous image it painted in my mind as I was listening to the first VOD, it's just Ludo catching that fucking bird. Like, just what the fuck?
Natural 20.
My second favorite was punching the kid, though. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
You punched the shit out of that kid.
I did. Stole my shit.
And I visualize all these things. So like I see like CGI Ludo like doing a flip and just catching his thing, and then it was the worst because though you're small, you're still bigger than 3. And so your whole fist in my head just covers his whole face.
Absolutely caves in.
I'm gonna say, like, my image of Ludo catching the bird wasn't anything fancy. Like, he did the flip, but when it came time to catch the bird, he just like barely extended his arm. Like, it was a very casual thing.
Yeah. A light reach.
Just very like. I'm trying to imagine, like big Ludo in the air doing tricks, and then just very elegantly palms a seagull. Just very.
Oh man.
I'm looking forward to hearing these other great moments. Like, and I like how a lot of these are named after food, like the sausage arc, the cupcake heist.
I mean, we are the Breakfast Club.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to all of your breakfast hijinks.
Okie dokie. Next question from your friendly neighborhood nerd. Who's your favorite NPC?
Ooh.
Will I get in trouble if I don't say Umberline? Or friends?
I mean, Key's not here.
Yeah, we can say what I want, or whatever you want.
We have
to say what Val wants.
Oh yeah.
Yes. mean, Umberly obviously has deep story she's deeply part of the story. Friends is like the freaking mascot, adorable. I will always have a place in my heart for Uncle Jing Jong.
Oh,
The
God.
voice, the story, the action, everything about Uncle Jing Jong will stay with me forever.
Oh, he's great. He's great, Val.
Just another thing to look
Ooh.
forward to.
I think I have a picture of Uncle Jing Jong here. Hold on.
Oh God.
Is it the one that Darian made?
It is. There you go.
There's Uncle Jing Jong.
Just a little Jing Jong.
Oh
for y'all.
yeah.
What in the world?
He's great. My favorite NPC is Barbanus.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he gets lost in that voice, and it's just Barbanus whenever he comes on.
I love his name too.
I mean, he is a pretty good one. I was thinking about saying him as well, but I think just because this character has had such a deep moment with Danny, the child I punched. He's gonna end up being a very important character, and I couldn't be happier for it.
I gave him a knife.
And Danny is not afraid.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'll punch the knife. You don't know me. You don't know my life.
Mm-hmm.
I have many, but I'm gonna have to go with Amelia
Ooh,
from the first
Amelia.
island. Yeah. Yeah, she was really cool. That was, to start with, that was definitely one of the better people for Bfon to meet. Like somebody who was just real casual about everything, just real chill. Especially with everybody, just going into full chaos mode all around. Especially like when it came down to asking her to do things, it was never a problem. I was like, hey, can you do this whole thing? Can you watch this prisoner for me? Oh yeah, sure. Do your thing. No, it's fine. You just come back soon, okay? That's it. Too cool. Way too cool. Hope we run into her again.
Mm-hmm. All the characters that Q made are really cool.
Yeah, y'all asking all these hard questions. Who's your favorite character? What's your favorite scene? Come on. Key's knocking it out of the park every time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next question.
Next question is from Bullying Children 2024.
I know who that is, and I love you for that.
Their question is thoughts/predictions about Kent now that he's free and potentially vengeful. I mean, I think Kent is off somewhere forging the dinner party, right?
Oh, right.
I'd imagine so.
Got like the captain of the dinner party.
Gathering people to fight us. He's like a weird bird thing now.
I think I still genuinely I just stopped asking questions because I was like, I think I'm too confused. Did he turn into a bird, or did a bird person come and save him? Or
See, I took it as a bird person came and saved him.
Because
same.
he had the wings at the end of the fight, so I imagined like Howl's Moving Castle type bird person.
Right.
I love the fact that we very well might have a nemesis.
Yeah.
I really love that.
The best heroes do.
Are we heroes though?
Yeah.
On paper.
Yeah.
You punched 3, but we also saved him from the Mind Flayer.
This is true.
Is 3 the kid you punched? You punched the kid you saved?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's why that's why he's my favorite NPC, because I feel like in a way my punching him saved his life. So
True.
for all the haters out there,
Got a point.
Oh, what if Kent recruits 3? He's like, remember that guy that punched you? Don't you want revenge?
Look, I know Key is going to listen to this. Please don't give her any ideas.
It'll be funny though.
3's like,
It
I'm
would
twice
be-
the.
It
Sorry,
would be
go ahead.
traumatic.
I'm 6 now.
I'm twice the person I used to be. My name is now Roger. I don't know, something like random.
Like an actual name.
Yeah.
What good is that knife, kid, if you don't use it?
Ooh. He stabs Rubes with the Camellia with the own knife that they gave the boy. Give him the knife and he stabbed him.
That'll be really cool though.
Top 10 anime betrayals.
Next question from Curious Food Fan. It says, would you try the possum snack Ludo made? Yeah, absolutely. The way I have it pictured in my head, it's like crispy beef jerky. Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought
I've
chicken
always.
nuggets.
Oh, yeah, there you go. I've always been of the opinion, like, as long as it's cooked well and there wasn't anything wrong with it in the first place, why not?
Mhm.
Plus, we gotta talk to it before it died. Oh,
Mm.
perfection. Gotta
Yeah, we
hit
were
some
charged
cries
with
for
it.
help.
Just hear a soft whimper as you bite into it.
Oh no!
I will not eat anything that's still alive.
What was that possum's name again? Fanny.
Uh,
Fanny.
No, it was Pansy.
Pansy. Yes. Dear sweet Pansy.
That was also another really funny moment.
Yes.
The whole possum catching.
That was pretty good.
Mm.
Next question from the Cobbles brothers. Are we gonna give Clarson and Wendell a beatdown? What are those names? Are we gonna give Clarson and Wendell a beatdown every time you see them at this point?
Cobble gobbles.
Carble
Those
Garble,
brothers.
Garble, yes.
Carble garbles.
Collapsing cables?
Collapsing cables. Mhm. We might not beat them down physically, but we can always like fuck with them by not calling them by their names.
Yes.
These will probably be the 2 characters that Danny never punches. Yeah.
I mean, we certainly have to punk them in some way forever. Like, I feel like we
think
can't
so.
we can't not do anything mean to them.
Mm-hmm.
In some way or form, we have to. Like, whenever they leave an interaction with us, they should feel worse.
It's part of the Breakfast Club credo. Always have to fuck with the
here-
Cobble brothers.
Here's some
DM.
lore that I can actually talk about, which is, so what happened was, those that were there, it totally slipped my mind what Citra was doing. So I called in Citra, hoping that she might be able to start some shit, at least with the other brother, because the other one got knocked out last time we saw him. So I was like, okay, he's had enough. And then when that didn't work out and I had to cover for her, I was like, oh no, I just made a mistake. I totally forgot that she had her own plan. I just figured, okay, well, what do you do? And do you just pick him up, throw him at his brother, and call it a day.
Dude, the fucking piano do was so. Also, I think
And
I talked about. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, and now I only, and for what I did, I only have one more opportunity to summon Citra. So
Womp womp.
that was my mistake, but it was great.
It was great. I think I can talk about this Camellia lore because this happened in my session 0. Camellia had met Pippi. They were kind of just like shooting the shit, doing archery, and Camellia was doing really well. Wendell saw that and was like, "Oh, you want to fucking challenge? Do you want to archery like match?" Camellia kicked his ass at that, and then they were like, "Okay, let's do hand-to-hand combat." And he kicked her ass at that, so that's why she does not like him. he's very, my father will hear about this type of nepo baby, while she hates that type of shit.
I think that's legit too. Like, if there's anything that we can reveal about our session zeros, as I'm still very curious about Melly Melly. I'm really curious how you know her.
Me too.
Okay.
I also do not know. She just said like somebody you used to travel with, from the past. I'm like, oh, all right. I imagine if ever that comes into play, you'll let me know, because I don't recall them. Like Key gave me a very like specific list of NPCs, and when they said that about Melly, I went back to the list, and they were not on that list. So I don't know how Ludo knows Melly. We'll learn together.
It's always great when we have lore that we don't know about.
That is actually another one that I can talk about. It is so my session 0 was on my way there. There's more that happened in my session 0, but the part that I can probably talk about was mentioned briefly. So I met Umberline and Octal on the airship ride over. And what happened was they had a room that they were going to stay in, and I was in there already. Like, I saw an empty room, I went in there. We had a little convo about it, and we noticed that there was a VIP room at the end of the ship. And I started kind of chatting my way in there. Umberline showed up and just immediately went along with it. The unfortunate thing is we managed to lie our way into the VIP area, but there was only 2 beds, so Octal had to sleep in the other room that they originally got. So he was kind of left out of it. So yeah, that's how we all ended up getting to know each other. And Beefon at first had opinions about Umberline, but slowly she showed herself not to be what she appears in a lot of ways. And actually, outside of what you guys actually hear, Beefon has a lot of respect for Umberline. So that's one bit of lore that you probably wouldn't actually see until something actively happens. But yeah, at first, Beefon was kind of giving her a hard time, teasing her and stuff like that. But yeah, he kind of realized like where she's coming from and has a lot of respect for that.
I like Beefon's relationship with Umberline. It really gives her like an extra layer of like dynamism that she didn't. I didn't want her to just be like, oh, Ludo's partner. I'm glad that she has connections to other people in the group as well.
And this is one of the most amazing things about just the roll of the dice, is for it to come full circle like that, and for me to know something about Umberline, and for her to have to trust me not to tell you about it, which I actually thought was for the best. Because yeah, I'm really curious as to what would have happened had you not trusted her, to be completely honest. But I'm glad that you did. I'm very much glad that you did. And yeah, it all kind of worked out, and it brought that whole dynamic back together, which was pretty cool. So yeah, I'm kind of happy too. I'm happy that everybody has like a lot of interrelationships with people, which I think is kind of cool.
Yeah. Next question.
Hey.
It's from. Oh. Next question needs to be reformatted. 1 second.
We are sorry, Pamtown. We will get to your question momentarily.
Pamtown.
Okay, this one is from. Oops. All right, it's not. Whatever, it's fine. Pamtown asks, from each of the characters and our lovely DM, in whichever character of their choosing, what's one good piece of advice you'd give?
In character.
piece of advice we give in character?
If Ludo asks you to help him get a possum, say no.
What's the matter with how come you don't like to?
You made me talk to it.
I asked you if you want to help, and you said yes. And then you ate
No.
it, and then you killed it, and that's your fault.
I didn't eat it.
Okay, well, it was your idea, so
No.
why you do that? That's good advice, though.
Don't catch possums for food, or don't talk to them.
Yeah, if you're gonna eat something, don't talk to it. Ludo's advice would probably be, this is one that always really helped me in life. Maybe you've heard it before. It's a oldie but a goodie. If they wear clothes, we don't eat those. Okay?
Is that why Winnie has a bow tie now?
It is. She looked very delicious until she wore that.
There's a lot of portions on that frog, I'm just saying.
Oh.
Okay, but have you ever had frog legs, though? Because we'll find
No.
another one. Like we found the possum, we'll find the frog. It's okay.
No.
I'll show you. It's very good.
It's a very big frog. You're just gonna eat the legs?
I mean, for now.
Okay.
You have to save some for later.
No.
I love this emote.
So cute. Katie
The
did an
asymmetrical
amazing job.
blink.
That's exactly what I requested too. It's so cute.
The out of sync blink is so good.
I love
It
it.
is.
Yeah. Thank you again, subdoodoo-doos,
So
Katie.
doo-doo.
for the emote. Dimerval, advice?
I'm thinking. I guess I could. Oh God. Okay.
Trust yourself. Because if you can't trust yourself, who can you trust? You can even trust yourself to be an idiot sometimes.
No.
Like that.
You know what? Since Danny is like an embodiment of capitalism within the story here, because I'm always going off to work. If you're good at something, never do it for free.
Good one.
There,
Not the worst advice, actually.
there you go.
Oh, Winnie.
I'm so happy that chat's behind me on that too.
It's good advice.
Okay, I'm gonna start a motion here. We need to just have Winnie up there all the time.
I
Just
don't disagree.
Right there. Right there.
I
I
mean,
think it's a good spot, actually.
no
Yeah.
spoilers, but we also do have another emote in the work.
Ugh.
Oh, these lore drops, these emote lore drops we're doing right now.
Next question is from Maka
Artists.
again.
Hi, Maka!
Hi, Maka.
Hi, Maka. Maka asks, your character switches race with any other party member or NPC that has been in your party before. Who would be the hardest swap for your character to fight in? Your character switches race with any other party member or NPC that has been in your party before. Who would be the hardest swap for your character to fight in?
So if our characters were to swap race, which race would be the hardest for them to fight in?
Is it like swap bodies, kind of like Friends did with Luca?
I think swap race. So like, let's say Camellia gets changed into a dwarf. I feel like that would be kind of difficult for her.
It would be quite an adjustment. I was gonna say the same thing about Ludo specifically because of how big he is. You know,
Yeah.
it would take quite an adjustment to, because like you change your size dramatically like that, you have to change your whole mindset
True.
as far as like how you approach a lot of problems in life.
I think if Ludo switched bodies with Fawn, he might be too distracted by how fuzzy he was.
He's so furry.
Yeah. Spend his time just rubbing his arms.
Sorry, I got distracted by that. Actually, yeah,
You're just imagining Ludo and
was.
Beefy just like rubbing his arms like, ooh.
Well, it's that thing, like, you know how like you rub a carpet because in one direction it feels one way and in the other direction it feels it's a completely different way. It's freaking great. Oh, I would probably have me being basic warrior men. Probably would have an issue being in somebody a little bit smaller, a little bit frailer. Maybe like I don't know, 3 or Octal or something like that. Actually, you know what? No, can I make my choice outside of my character? Because as Dime, I would say Beefon would have the hardest time being in Winnie.
Just giant frog.
Just yeah, and the appetite and everything. I felt so bad. I just wanted some of the sweets.
Just want some of the cupcake.
Next question is from, this is a square. And they ask, hop, 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 hop.
Hop,
Hmm.
hop, 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 hop.
I don't really like to talk politics, but yeah, I think they're gonna win.
Oh, well, did Key just come in? What the?
I find myself doing just a little like throughout my day. I was like,
Right?
it's so funny. Good question. Great question.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Square.
Yeah. And that's it. We have some
Wait.
questions from Rubes. Would you like to lead these
Aw.
ones?
Yeah, so Key had left us with a good amount of questions, and Darian was able to answer as well. So, first question: if your
Oh, cool.
character was stuck on a deserted island, what wholly unnecessary and useless item would they want to have with them most? Darian's answer was a mirror, of course, so he could see perfection every day. Great, great target.
Oh, hey, Key.
Oh
Hey,
my
Key.
goodness.
Hello.
How's it going?
We're answering your questions. Yeah, if your character was stuck on a deserted island, what wholly unnecessarily and useless item would they want to have with them the most? Tarquin would want a mirror. Camellia would bring her longhorn to just play music.
I have one that Key is going to get, and anyone that has ever played a Sierra game, a small crown that could fit on a frog.
Hmm.
Surfboard.
Hey, we said useless. That would actually be pretty useful.
Would it? Just for funsies?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
you have to find a way to occupy yourself, right? And if you're really good at the surfing, you could use that as a way to fish.
Oh, true, true.
Yeah.
Wholly useless. Banana ketchup.
I mean, yeah, that's more for flavor.
Yeah, just like I'd miss the flavor. I mean, Ludo would miss the flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. What would Danny bring on a deserted island?
I was gonna say money.
That would be pretty useless, yeah.
Hmm.
Also, thank
Oh,
you
well-
Arthur, for the bits.
Well, no, I think you could start a fire with it. What if it's paper money?
Mm-hmm.
But this is D&D. We only use the gold and silver standard, don't we?
Hmm.
Huh. I'm really having trouble with this one. I can't think of. Oh God, it's gotten even bigger.
Gonna take up the whole screen at some point.
Why not?
I'll give you an opportunity to think because I can't believe that I missed a perfect opportunity to say that I would bring a rubber chicken with a pulley in the middle.
Pulley is in the middle of the rubber chicken?
What?
It is the greatest object in any video game ever because its entire purpose is how useless it is, and yet you use it on 3 different puzzle occasions.
Hell yeah.
But
It's one of the most brilliant fucking things. What the fuck is his name? The guy who runs Double Fine ever came up with. It's the best joke.
all right, so Danny would bring a pen because he has to always be ready to do the paperwork.
Oh, he brought the capitalistic trauma with him.
Yeah. That would actually be
Oh.
the most useless thing. The capitalistic trauma. Thank you, Camellia.
Okay, next question. What would be your character's go-to karaoke hit, and also yours? Tarquin would sing Hercules Go the Distance. Big.
Nice.
Jell's character's go-to karaoke.
You don't always get to see the tongue when it's so small.
Lip.
Lip.
They're matching.
What's the name of that song? My immediate thought went to freaking Yakuza because the karaoke in that game is
Oh.
amazing.
Oh, you're making me want to change my answer. But I forget the name of the song. I always forget what Radish song is. The first one that came to my mind, just because I think it would be hilarious. Oh, Jesus, I just realized Franz got enormous.
Yeah, we're slowly being crowded out. Eventually, we're gonna disappear, and it's just gonna be the animals.
Hooray.
Because regardless of the image, Beefon is not necessarily a stereotypically macho type, masculine person. So he would find it very funny to sing. It's from Mulan, right? Be a Man.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I think Ludo's song would be I mean as like every Filipino uncle kind of just like mushed into one person, it would have to be Frank Sinatra's My Way.
Not my. I was
There-
literally.
There you go.
And now the end is near. Yeah, for sure. He'd bring the house down with that.
First, you'd have to build a house, right, on the deserted island.
He'd do it.
Just to sing in it.
Yeah. I can't remember the name of the song, but that Yakuza song, breaking the law, changing the. Yeah. That's the answer. That's the answer for both myself and Judgment. Yeah, that's the name of it. Thanks, Key. That's the answer for both myself and for Danny.
Nice.
I feel like with Camellia.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Sorry, go ahead.
Probably something leve, maybe Falling Behind. The more like flowy,
Ooh,
wispy type of music for her.
love Levy.
Yeah. What were you saying, Dime?
Nothing.
Okay.
It was just an audible, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Next question. If you could see your character / an NPC in an existing movie / video game as a character that they'd replace, what movie and who? For example, Uncle Jing Jong in King Kong as King Kong.
I already know. Ludo and Up.
Oh. Oh.
Be adorable.
I want to see him, but gigantic.
So I feel like Danny would be a lot more useful than Gimli on the quest to destroy the One Ring.
Yeah.
maybe that's a cheating answer because everything D&D is inspired by Tolkien anyway, but
We can make some good money off that.
I mean, it's shiny, it's golden, gives you power. I'll sell it to the highest bidder.
And he just holds his hat out and catches it before it falls into the volcano. Oh, shame to see it go.
Saves.
Oh, Darian's answer for this was Tarquin as Escancer from Seven Deadly Sins.
I think my answer for this one was the character that Ludo is 100% based off of, probably.
Senshi. It's just the exact same, but Senshi now has an accent.
But since Beefon said Ludo would be an up, I think I gotta place Beefon in a movie. I can't really find... I know there's a better answer out there, but I'm thinking either Danny Ocean or John Wick. I think Beefon would be a pretty badass, smooth-talking kind of like mastermind, or yeah, like a badass revenge John Wick shooting people.
I could see Beefon with the Clooney side grays.
Yeah.
Ooh, yes. I can see Camellia in a Ghibli movie. I was thinking specifically Princess Mononoke, because that character is the protector of like nature and stuff, and she's very naturey. And I would love to see her just being apeshit wild in that movie.
You know, I feel like out of all of our characters, Camellia would probably have the most motivation if someone killed her dog. I think Camellia would make a great John Wick.
Anything happens to Winnie, I'm killing everyone.
Camellia as John Wick confirmed.
All the characters as like Ghibli characters. Danny could be Calcifer. Ludo could be Totoro.
No.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, that'd be so cute.
Who would Beefon be?
I don't know why, but my brain went Kiki's Delivery Service. Just him on a little broomstick.
I'm with that. I'm with that.
I like it. We like it.
Tarquin is Howl.
Of course.
Okay, next question. If your character lived in the real world and as a part of normal society, what would be their biggest red flag? For Tarquin, he'd be training all day and looking for recognition. Big red flag.
Ooh. So what was that again?
If your character lived in the real world and as a part of normal society, like yeet our characters into our world, what would be their biggest red flag?
Okay.
Amelia Nepo baby. Easy.
Yeah.
I feel like we gave you your answer for that one.
Yeah.
For Danny, it would probably just be... I feel like Danny would be the sleazy car salesman, but without the actual job. So he would just be trying to, you know, sell you something at a ridiculous price or trying to talk you out of something for something, you know, for well below its worth. I feel like that would be Danny in a nutshell right there.
I see that.
Yeah.
For Ludo, it's got to be either... I mean, there's two answers. They're both very real. One is he's probably a bully, right? He's kind of just like, you see something and he takes it. Or it could be the way he sold his soul to an evil god in exchange for powers. So, you know, either of those two things. Probably pretty red flags.
So you're either a bully or a cultist, is what you're saying.
I think he's both.
The problem
Guys,
is like all
don't
these
drink
things
Ludo's
are.
Kool-Aid. Don't drink Ludo's Kool-Aid. I repeat, do not drink Ludo's. Sorry, Dan. Go ahead.
Drink it.
All of these things are so highlighted by shenanigans. I'm trying to think of what Beefheart has done that is actually kind of bad. Oh, well, I guess the worst thing he's probably done is what he did on the last session. So beware of Beefon making mistakes and not being able to fess up to them, because he might just pick you up and throw you at your siblings.
Let's see. With Red Flag, I just immediately thought about like the personality traits, and because that's just Danny. He's just capitalism through and through.
I genuinely love your character. Like, knowing you personally, I really love the character you made. It's perfect.
Like I said, it was 60% me, 40% Keith, 100% awesome. Like
I think
that's
it's so hilarious that in a magical like setting, there like you can't escape capitalism. That's such a funny thing.
Look, my weapon is an abacus, okay?
Zizek is rolling over in his grave. He isn't even dead yet.
Okay, next question, which is a really good one. Would you rather fight 100 friend-sized Winnies or 1 Winnie-sized friends? Darian said 100 friend-sized Winnies. They wouldn't even stand a chance.
I am Tarquin. I am nobody's bitch. Ooh.
The one giant friends, like the beak is terrifying, but other than that, he's just a bird.
Yeah, sumo match
Look.
versus giant friends, I think.
Look, I'm just gonna throw this out here. Like, birds can fuck you up. Like, there's a whole movie about that.
Geese.
Yeah, birds
Which
can fuck
one?
you up.
I'm gonna have to go with friends too. Like, no matter how difficult the fight is, I'm gonna have a really good laugh at first when that giant, crooked-eyed bird shows up.
With his,
Hop, hop, hop.
with his giant hat too.
Oh God.
You know, I'm gonna be the odd dwarf out, and I want to say Winnie, the Winnies.
I was thinking about that, but like, Friends is bigger than a regular frog, and she has like her tongue that could like instantly fucking ensnare you. So imagine 100 of those.
Well, look,
Icky.
look. Like I said a moment ago, right? Like my weapon is an abacus. I would calculate the best way to fight them, and I'm just bullshitting. I would probably just die.
The secret third option: just die.
Just die. Yeah.
Just die.
Okay, next question. If your character could ask any character in the show one question, who and what would it be? If another
Can you run that by us again?
Sorry. If your character could ask any character in the show one question, who and what would it be? So, Darian's answer was he would ask Ludo, "Could you make tomato sauce healing potions, please? We will need them in the future," which is Darian wanting ketchup to be canonical.
Right.
Yeah.
Healing ketchup. So basically, if our characters can ask anyone in Isafrey a question, what would it be?
Danny would ask Tarquin, "Who are you?"
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good one.
I mean, I guess this is going to become who are we the most curious about?
Oh, if you want a serious answer, I'll have to think about it for a moment.
If I had to pick someone on the team, I'm probably the most curious about you, Camellia.
Ooh.
What are you talking about? Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you do have hooves, don't you have hooves on the bottom?
Yeah. satyr.
Okay. I was telling people I don't have hooves. I don't know why you said
I
that.
mean, I have hands.
That's the thing.
I don't
You guys
get-
think that she has both hands? Do you
No.
think that she has
No,
both hooves?
It's both hooves.
I like how I just get lumped up in all of this.
Look,
Sorry.
I just imagine this conversation eventually devolving into, I swear she doesn't smell her hooves all the time.
I hate
I
that.
swear.
What?
But yeah,
When?
she has hands, but her feet are hooves.
Hoof picks. That's what everybody really wants. That's
No.
why they keep tormenting you like that.
Oh.
Oh my god, Key, no, you didn't.
I think the NPC I'm the most curious about is I'd like to ask Yanka, what the fuck is wrong with you? Only will stop.
She's already rich. She doesn't need the money.
If I were to ask an NPC anything, I would ask 3 how his nose is.
Oh.
Can you just
Yeah.
put that in the Discord?
Hell yeah. So good.
Yes.
Ludo would ask Esamic what he has to do to get out of the deal. Just to know.
No, but look, chat. Y'all don't understand. It would be out of genuine concern for his nose.
I feel like Amelia would want to ask Barbanus about like the adventures he's been on, like as a captain.
Actually, that would be a good question. Yeah.
Fucking Big Daddy Essie, shut the hell up, Roxbury.
Say more, Rox. Never stop speaking.
Love you, Roxbury. Okay, next question, which is the last one. If your character lived IRL, which era do you think they'd thrive in best / enjoy the most?
Uh-oh.
Darian had said now, because then everyone would know him and he'd have millions of fans. Tark went on like Instagram, constant ad pics.
Oh yeah. Instant, yeah.
I hate the answer that immediately popped into my head.
What was it?
I
What's up?
hate it. The era of mercantilism, when Europe was experiencing its greatest wealth via the high seas. I feel like it's a terrible era of history, but I feel like Danny would thrive there.
Oh God. Oh
Yeah.
Key. What is his name? That the Italian ruler. Oh man. Yeah, his age was exactly what I was thinking of for you.
Yeah.
Oh, would he start with an F? Oh man. Prospector Danny.
Prospector Danny, I can totally see that.
He sees all the gold in them there hills.
Yeah. And it belongs to him.
Yeah, who was in power at that time where all that stuff became a thing during that era?
It would depend on.
Ifon would. Oh, that's a tricky one. Ooh, wait. Let me think about that for a moment. Let me think about that. I think I got a good one. I just gotta think about what that time is. If you have anything, JC, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it would be kind of like, hello everybody, today we're gonna make a possum crisps, recreating my most viral video. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Okay, here is the possum. First we gotta catch it.
I
I'd
can sell
love
it to you. Like, why catch it? I've got another one over here.
I made them in honor of my mother, ang Balay Bayani.
Late 1800s France.
Oh.
Ooh. You want to elaborate?
Yeah, I was waiting for like I was waiting for.
No spoilers.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my God! Is Bifon doing an isekai and he's actually from 1800s France?
Yes.
Oh my God! My God.
I was gonna say Camellia in the Renaissance era would be really cool because she's very curious and she would love all of the different inventions and art and such, and also because I personally would love to experience the Renaissance.
Yeah. Boy, I'm glad I didn't pick that. I was about to. Yeah. Is that just a thing? Do all of us artists just
Yeah.
enamored with the Renaissance?
Yes.
I mean, I can understand why.
Hmm.
Like,
Okay, that's all the questions that we have. Do we have questions for each other or chat? Y'all have any last second questions?
look, chat, throw it at us. We're ready. If
Well, I
we
was
can,
actually
if
I
we
was
can
actually
handle your
curious.
mind flayer, we can handle your questions.
I actually had a few questions for y'all if you do mind.
Oh yeah.
Please.
Uh-oh.
What's everyone's background with and experience with D&D? Because this is my first time ever playing. I've only ever listened to podcasts before.
Okay, so I've been a part of two proper campaigns in the past. One was run by a friend, and while he's a good friend, he's a terrible DM.
Mm.
Terrible DM. He's rather controlling, wants the story to go in a specific way. And I think my go-to example as far as that was I was playing a barbarian, and my character was supposed to meet up with the rest of the party in a town, but my barbarian was also easily distracted and he wanted to hunt, and we went back and forth with it, round and round. It turned into a bit of an argument, and this motherfucker just summoned a dragon, burned the whole forest down,
God damn.
and said that the only safe path was toward the village. Like, so I've had a couple of very bad experiences with D&D from that. My second campaign, we actually had a local game shop owner. He was doing a campaign. I don't even remember how I heard about it, but I somehow ended up becoming involved with it. And that campaign was actually pretty cool. It was a story that he's run several times before, but he was pretty chill about, letting things go in a slightly different direction. And he was also really good at manipulating events to always go in the direction that he needed it to for the story. So he was, I guess, kind of controlling as well, but he wasn't forceful like my first DM was. Like, he was very clever about it. And he still allowed you some room to express your character and do ridiculous shit. But it was always like, at the end of the day, we always ended up where he wanted us to be.
That's good.
And now I'm playing D&D under Key, who is like the best fucking DM anyone could ask for. So it's like,
Shit, I guess I'll go next after you just said that, because I don't remember a lot of them because they were dull as hell. And that wasn't necessarily my clique when I was younger. It wasn't people who played D&D and stuff like that. I was very much into role playing of all kinds of different board games and stuff like that. A lot of times what I end up doing is I end up in an alternative state, and the two alternatives was I did get a little bit more into World of Darkness and played a lot of played a lot of video games that use D&D rules. But honestly, like, what happened the last time was a lot of people seemed very uninterested. I think they were way more experienced than me, and it kind of blew me off of the whole thing. So I ran into a bunch of people at first who were just, they were focused on the fighting. They were focused on building these great characters and stuff like that, and there wasn't a lot of the role playing. The group that I did want to play with, there was just, I don't know, it was a weird sort of uninterest in what I was doing, and bailed on that. It felt weird. It didn't feel very welcoming or whatever. And then I walk into these guys years later, because I always kept up with things. I got my rule books and everything. I love the way D&D plays. I understand a lot about the game. There's little things that I just don't know from an experience where you guys might understand that, because I didn't know that there was a dog in front of me last session. That was really embarrassing. I was waiting for myself to make a mistake like that at some point.
It's easily done.
Yeah, it's great having JC and especially Darian here, who actually will call out stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's that thing. But yeah, it couldn't be. I couldn't have found a better person to get back into D&D with. So I always stayed on top of things on my own, but as far as finding parties to join up with, that also becomes more difficult as you get a little bit older. A lot of times things just break up because of time constraints or whatever. But the one thing that I always found disappointing is the thing that I have now, which is somebody who is very flexible. The other good way to play is, like you were saying, the person that you liked playing with, who was somebody who knew how to bring everything back to where they needed it, but allowed things to happen within that whole system. And yeah, just wasn't actually involved in too many things, but watched a lot of things from afar. Like, I used to have a friend, Say Dices, who used to stream, and he used to do little one shots, and he made the little scenario things and everything like that. What do you call those? Modules. He made a bunch of modules and stuff like that, which is really cool.
Was his stuff mainly just, very quick dungeon running, or?
Yeah, it was mostly focused on that.
Okay.
But it was like really good stuff though. He always had really good traps and everything. Like, it was.
Oh yeah, I really feel like there's a lot of different skills that DMs can master, and making very interesting dungeons is definitely a skill set in and of itself.
Mm-hmm.
Roll for initiative.
Oh my god! I'll roll, I'll do it.
No, it's okay. I'm not here to attack.
Okay, so
Hey, King. So how's the
guys-
queen doing? Is she appreciating how we're tearing her world apart, or is she enjoying it?
Look, I was promised DM-less chaos. What is this? What is happening right now?
I haven't got my DM socks on today,
Yay!
so
Oh, thank God.
I'm just like you. I
Oh,
am
great.
whatever
So we're
you
hanging
want.
out with the teach after hours, huh?
Don't
Look,
say that, you guys.
real
I'm
talk,
cool too.
like, some- y'all are joking about that, but I knew a couple of really fucking great teachers when I was in school.
Mhm.
Like, actually being able to hang out with them once or twice
for
after
real.
hours was definitely an experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, please carry on answering these questions.
We-
Apparently,
we
we've
just
got a
answered the
question for
last
you
one.
in the chat.
Why?
Rock says they have a
is.
question for Key.
Oh, actually,
Hello. And if any of y'all have questions for me, that is also valid.
also
Why are we
JC,
playing today?
Yeah, I'm curious to your experience because you seem a lot more experienced than the rest of us.
I first rolled dice in the 1900s.
Oh my god.
It was like 1993. I'm a 40-year-old man. I rolled dice a long time ago. My elder cousin came back from college and they were like so excited about it. And they showed like me and all the rest of our cousins. I was just a little kid back then. But they were super excited and we played a game made entirely off the top of my cousin's head and I was just enamored with it. And I tried play again a little bit in high school because I was so stoked on the idea. I used to go to like hobby shops in my 20s, and like this is before the internet. Like before the internet was, I guess the internet was still already around, but like it wasn't a popular thing to play D&D online. So like I'd literally have to go to hobby shops and they'd have these cork boards up where people would post index cards, being like game looking for more players. And then
troll quest boards.
Yeah, and like
nice.
Miss those days.
I remember just cold calling these random numbers of these adults, and I'd be like, yeah, so it's cool. Do you guys need a player? Because I want to play. And they'd be like, yeah. I mean, I guess the only requirement is that you're older than 18. And I was like, yeah.
About that.
I am. And through D&D, I met not only did I meet a lot of great friends, it also introduced me to the people who eventually got me into the gaming industry, which eventually led to me working as a voice actor, doing voice stuff. So it was really cool. It's in a big old circuitous way. Everything came from D&D. I love D&D.
You do voice acting?
No.
Oh my god.
You do voice
okay.
acting. I make
No,
YouTube
shut the fuck
videos.
No, fuck you. I want to.
Shut up, man.
I wish to get into your game.
Oh, please do. You got the voice for it for sure.
Oh hell, just this is the find a D&D pod with the sexy amount of voice in this one. I'm just saying.
The cool thing about VA stuff is that you have to put yourself on the casting couch. It's like you can be a VA, you can do great, but if you want to make money in this business,
well, I've already been there on the art side, but I meet this British gal, and both of her friends both have these awesome voices and stuff, and I didn't really think about it until I heard Kiryu doing voice stuff. And I was like, oh god, that's really good. I need to get in on it. His shit is good. His shit is real good.
I'd put you on my channel in a heartbeat. I'd collab with you, put big videos with you anytime.
Yes.
I mean, not that that's gonna do anything for your business, for your career, but I'd do it.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Damn.
I
need to know what I need to know.
You'll get a tiny
Something on
little
the
bump.
resume.
I'll give you a little bit of bump. Maybe a little bump.
That absolutely does something. You
I don't know what people expect of me.
Turn me into a fucking pigeon on your channel, and this is the thing. That's the things I fucking get.
That's true.
I heard you guys like wolves and stuff, right?
The wolves are very popular.
A lot of wolf action.
Very popular.
So
the wolves.
hot right now.
Oh my god. I remember that I can't even remember what it was. I was just scrolling and I was just like, is that my werewolf art that I did for oh my god. It was the one that was just dead ass I jerked off to your werewolf art. I was like, this is nice. Cool.
Oh my
Achievement, I guess.
Achievement unlocked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you
Have I seen that picture?
I think so.
No.
Okay.
Man, there's something out there for everyone. I think I've seen that picture.
I'm just gonna. I don't want to see that picture. Now that I know what I know.
Don't be afraid of its sexiness, though. It'll be okay.
I would just be so intimidated.
Yes. That's
Oh, can I-
So, Kimeriki.
Can
What's
I cast
your-
Fireball real quick?
Oh yeah. Well,
Hey JC, you started playing D&D before I was born.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, 93? Same.
Yeah. Y'all
All
a bunch
these
of babies.
children. All these children.
This campaign is run by
That's why I don't feel bad about bullying y'all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my
Fair.
god.
Fair enough.
I've been rolling dice before you were born.
I
Okay,
wish I-
Grandpa. Okay,
I wish
Lolo,
I-
let's go to bed.
Don't need to go to bed
I wish.
yet.
I wish I could say the same, but it's like I said in chat earlier. Like my first campaign, I was in my late 20s. I was very late coming into D&D.
That's alright.
Later
So I-
No right or wrong age.
I was just say I can't pull the whole. I've been rolling dice since you were in diapers. I can't do that.
No, you little blueberry. Yes. What question? What question? What's how did should we do how I got into DM into
Well,
D&D, or
the question was, what's your favorite thing about DMing?
It's me.
Yeah.
Both.
Maybe
Yeah.
both.
Because it kind of very much links into it. Because
Okay.
I've spoken about it briefly before, and I've waxed fucking lyrical about it on my channel. So apologies if you've heard the story before. But through voice acting, weirdly enough, on a dubious at best project that we don't talk about, I met a lovely little group of voice actors, and it's super cool because a couple of them are like blowing the fuck up, and I'm so proud of them. And it was crazy because it was like I think it was like just before COVID that we started, and
Something like that.
yeah, one of our friends was pregnant, and now the child is like 4, and it's like, what the fuck? And she's in LA doing anime and shit. It's like this. But
Nice.
anyway, so it's like next level when you play with voice actors like that. It's like, okay, this is great. This is great. This is gonna be great. I have never played before. But yeah, my lovely friend, who some of y'all have seen, joined in the Discord the other day. Big Heaps is it Mango, or is he? I forget if he's changed to Lemon now.
Big Smango.
Mango, lemon, mango. One of the two. Very awesome, regardless. My lovely friend, Large Lemon. He's Large Lemon now. That's it. He used to
Ah.
be Big Hips Mango, but it's Large Lemon.
Oh, I have a person who comes in my chat
Important
called Big Smongo. I thought that's what you were talking about.
No, I also have a Grand Admiral Mango. It's very, there's so many levels of fruit.
Yeah.
Fruit Twitch friends. But yeah, my lovely friend Large Lemon was like, hey guys, I do like because again, everyone just in the group has a phenomenal voice. It's like, yeah, I want to run like a D&D campaign, and we were like, okay. And my friend Erin and her partner at the time joined in, and they're like 20, almost 30-year like D&D vets. And then there's me, and then there's another guy we don't talk about, and then there's our friend Jest, who's also new to it. So it's kind of like super experienced or super new. And then our DM, I continue to just reel anytime he DMs a session, because it's like I hope to be half as good as him someday, because like he will just start describing something and you're in, like you can't not engage with it. Like your senses are immediately like there. You don't even have to close your eyes, and you can visualize where you are, the world state, and just the ideas of the campaigns. Like we did, it was just a one shot in the end, unfortunately, but we did one that was like almost like not quite a train heist, but it was like a train mission. And it was like the imagery of like all the bunting and like confetti of this train's first journey, and the people that were around, and us getting onto the train. And we did like a split session 0, so it was only 2 of us, and then the other 2 did a different intro, and it was like, oh, it was so fucking amazing. and the descriptions and the characters and he's too good at monster noises. That's always my thing. I'm just like, stop making those noises, please. I want to sleep tonight. They're actually fucking terrifying. But yeah, we did the first campaign with him. I almost immediately TBK'd the entire party on session 3. Wild magic sorcerer, yeah. And it was harrowing. It was also near Christmas, I remember that. But no, it was like such a friendly group, and the way that the campaign played out, we were all just kind of at this little tavern, and you kind of got to know everyone at the tavern, and you kind of got to know the evil that was outside, and it was just like a whirlwind 7 sessions of campaign, and it ended for various reasons, which we later learned was problematic player, that we don't talk about. But it was also like, even with that experience though, it was a phenomenal experience having a group of people where it was like we could have such a fun time and such an immersive, like, heart, like, it was raw. Like, I hope you guys have felt it in some ways. But like, I know those first sessions for me were incredibly raw and like just such pure creativity. And I think when you don't quite know what you're doing, you do tend to put a lot of yourself into it. Even when you do, like, sometimes it's fun to do. But it can be like, you can be like, why am I like so attached to this? And then it's like, is it because you're projecting yourself into your character? And it's like, what do you mean? It's like, your character has dad issues. And it's like, oh, you're so right? Oh, fuck. I had no idea. But like, going through all of that, and like the guilt, like even the guilt of like almost TPKing everyone, but everyone was so nice and so decent, and then they were all so talented and like so invested in it. It made it like, they were weeks apart, but it made it feel like just hours upon hours upon hours of marathoning this story. Like, when I remember that campaign, I don't remember sitting at my computer playing a game with my friends. I remember being the character in the tavern, talking to the people. I remember what happened. I remember the laughs. I remember the exact feelings of fear in the different moments. And I was like, this is fun! I want to play this more! So that was the first campaign I did, and we did a few more with Lemon being our DM. We've also done some with other people in the group taking over. The group has done a one-shot in my world in Isafray, which was really fun. They also met the Osborne Youth Theatre Society. That is one of my go-to session 1 activities, because it's so fucking fun. And it's a really funny way to kind of start to see who people's characters are. And if they don't know quite who their characters are yet, it's like a way of going, okay, remember this script, these kids are depending on you. You've also kind of been lied to though, and you have an audience. How are you gonna react? And I think at the end of the day, to beautifully segue into the second question, I think that's one of my favorite things, is not only just like, because the obvious answer is hanging out with friends, having a fucking blast, because that is absolutely that is absolutely like always going to be the top thing. But the way that you as a DM, like, it's a lot more difficult, because I'm thinking with like the sessions we're doing at the moment in oh, I almost just spoiled it. In Vinefell Creek. In Vinefell Creek, I almost called it a different thing, and that would have been bad. In Vinefell Creek, like, it's a mystery. It's inherently a mystery, and I can't experience that mystery firsthand. You know, like I can't go, oh, but then what's this? And how does it lead to this? Brr, brr, brr. Like, is it interesting? I just have to fucking do my best to plan it and trust that it is interesting enough to actually pursue. And so hearing, not even just hearing the player feedback, but seeing the players really respond to things, especially stuff that you put in there for them or that's like tailored to them, and just trying to play with that entire mechanic of agency is incredibly fun. And I think it's from that perspective that it is why I don't do like go to the village or I'll literally summon a dragon to burn down the path to any other possibilities of anything else you could do.
Yeah.
Because it's I understand that, and if you want players to do that or go a certain way, then you have to give them a reason to.
Yeah, like,
And if that reason isn't compelling enough, that's fucking fine. But, you know, maybe something else leads them to it. But that's the part of DMing that's game design.
yeah, when I described that to my second DM, he looked flabbergasted,
Yeah.
and
it's like-
his answer to that situation would have been to just have me roll a couple of I can't remember which check he did, and that would have determined how many animals I killed, how much meat I would have brought back to feed the party that night. Like, that's how he would have
Yeah.
handled it. He would have let me do it, but then I still would have gone back to town.
Yeah. I would have been like, all right, go hunting. Now roll a survival check. Can you make it back? So can you find your way back? Or do you get lost in the woods? And then it's like, hey gang, you haven't seen Danny for 7.5 hours. You might begin to suspect that he's lost. But then even that is like, there are ways that you as a DM can build in yourself enough time to go, fuck, what the fuck do I do about this? Because there are absolutely so many moments where I've had to do that. I'm not ashamed to admit it because I'm not a railroader. There are plans, there is a world. Ginny D did a really good video fairly recently about a new way that she's been looking at DMing, which is more kind of player-led action and DM reaction rather than the other way around. Which is very difficult to do, honestly, because especially where you've got a set story, because it's like you can't just be like, so what do you guys want to do in the entire world? It's like, well, is everything okay in the world? It's like, I don't know, you need to look at, like, you have to have some focal point to either follow or proactively
Sounds like the D&D equivalent of Minecraft. It's just you're thrown in the world, have fun.
yeah, just full sandbox. But it's something that I really started to try out with the Genoa Theatre. That was when I really started to put it into practice. I was like, here's the situation. You guys are going to be reacting to it, so it's got that inherently about it. But as to what you do at that point, I will then have to figure out what the fucking effect of that is. So it will lead to a path of your guys' freedom and agency will basically dictate what my actions are. But I think that's what makes the experience all the more collaborative and exciting, and like that makes it so much more fun. And I think, again, without saying too much, you all have secrets, you all have motivations and things going on, which is super fucking cool and exciting. And I know for a fact, stir the pot a little bit, just a little bit. I've got like half a sock on. One
She's
of your
putting the sock on as she's talking.
one of your guys' stories, one of the cast stories, we worked on, and there is something about the way that that will play out that is pretty much just I don't know. I forgot what I was gonna say honestly.
You
All that lead up to,
told us you're gonna give us this tasty clue, and then it's like one of you guys' backstory is pretty cool.
Is that
heard of it, but it's pretty cool.
Is that fucking dropout clip where it's like the the like scene that they were doing was someone like giving up on a story halfway through, and that's exactly what I
Look,
just
the
did.
only thing that could have made that better just then is if you had just disconnected. Like if you had just.
Oh my god.
You just hear fax noises. There was a point to it. What was it?
One of you guys' backstories.
Yeah, it was the bit just before that that led to.
It's gonna
to
play
that.
out in a certain way.
Yes.
Mhm.
Everybody level up.
That's it. No, it's collaboration. That was it. Thank you guys. But that's the beauty of collaboration, because there is one of your guys' stories, maybe even more, depending on how you feel about your stories. Where the amount of collaboration we've put into it, and kind of that's why I love enabling, because it's like I want to do this, and I'm like, that's fucking weird. I bet. Like, I think all of you have at least once suggested something and been like, is that too much? Is that too far? Is that too weird? Can we do this? No, that's too much, isn't it? And I'm like, no, we can do that. That's why there's a corporation in the Feywild. But those are the things I think that really add the depth and the interest to it, and that kind of give, at least for me as a DM, it makes it feel like my own, because it's, you know, all the DMs you come across have different really spectacular unique selling points, at least that I've had the fortune of playing with, and like Lemon is just I mean all round just phenomenal. If you want to be traumatized and your characters to get absolutely gored until they are a pile of viscera, and your heart to have the same done to it, phenomenal DM to do that, but also balance it with the lightness. Like, Lemon has made some of the most fucking unhinged characters in other people's campaigns I have ever fucking seen. And it's beautiful. One day I'll tell you all about Fellow's Beak Beak. Fellow's Beak Beak? Just big bird, just, yeah. Iteration of chaos. Like our good friend Andy, Monty Fun Buns, with the natural, the crit hit roll, the critical hit roll rule. Shout out to Monty Fun Buns. He's like super into combat and strategy of combat. But the last time he DM'd, we all came with, I think, our most chaotic characters yet. We kind of did the serious campaign. We did another more serious campaign with a little bit of chaos in it, and then I don't know what happened, but for Monty's, we were like, we're gonna be a nightmare for this. And so that's meant that a lot of his combat plans went up in smoke, which I felt really bad about, because I was just like, I'm just this charlatan cat rogue, and I just kept rolling stupid good for stealth. So I literally did an entire fight where I just sat on a bench, and then the monster couldn't see me, and then I stood up from the bench and then shanked the back of the monster, and then went and sat back down on the bench again, and just did that every single round of my combat and didn't take a point of damage. But equally, he's incredible at making compelling NPCs. Like, he just made a guard, and we adopted him. And the way that he has responded to our chaos has been genuinely really heartwarming. And like, we're trying to get this guy friends, and we literally kill anyone who isn't friends and nice to him. And it's a beautiful mishmash of what we bring, but also what Monty's really good at. And I'm just here to enable people and enable chaos, because I think it's in those moments where it's Like even with it reminds me of Ludo when you were at the Ulthquall shrine and you were having that moment with Holishi e Santa Pricia, and
Right.
it was like like both really poignant but also really stupid and funny, because it was like just all the underwater, like, what do you see, who do you see, and then it was the list of fish, and then it was like at that point I was just like, you've got this, you have something in your mind, you tell me what you fucking see. And for me that made it so much more magical, because we were like, we didn't even need to be on a wavelength. It would have been really funny if you were on a completely different wavelength, because that would have been valid and we'd find a way to work with that. You know, it's much more of like a yes and approach than a actually no. Even if the character goes actually no, maybe there's a reason Ulthquall that like gave you that vision instead. Like we'd figure something out, and from that perspective I think that makes it a lot more fun and a lot more interesting, and hopefully for you guys a lot more poignant, because I know in those moments where, you know, I always go back to the first ever campaign. I'm not gonna get emotional, but you see these horns. No. These are my first girl's horns. They're not. They're my first girl as Dirge in Baldur's Gate horns. But yeah, my first ever tiefling, Indigo. She had a little crush on like the guy at the tavern. He was a half orc. He was fucking swole as shit. The DM said as much. That was not me. It was put out there and I picked it up. And she really started to connect with him. And while problem player was being problem player, and while that was affecting the plot, she found herself growing more and more close to this character. And she didn't know what that feeling was, because she didn't understand any feelings other than fear and a familial tie. But even then that was ambiguous, because her family was human and she was a tiefling. And so she was like growing closer to this guy and being like, I don't know what that means. And then they went into his room at one point after they fucked everything up again, and he turned into a monster, and it was fucking tragic. And I was doing really shit in most combat, and that was okay. I was here for the narrative of it, and there were narrative reasons. Wild magic is a bitch. And it was getting towards the end of the fight, and like I had like one spell slot left. It was like a 4.5 hour fight in real time, and I was like, I have shocking grasp. I can just walk up to him, put my hand on his head. Like, wouldn't it be so cinematic if like I walk up to him, put my hand on his head like through all the monstrosity, and be like, I'm really sorry, and then shocking grasp and he dies. Like, wouldn't that be so fucking... And then it happened, and I was bawling. It was like, I saw it playing out in my head, and it probably on the Discord call sounded like, and then I put my hand on his head, and then it was so fucking good again. And they're like, I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please? But we did it, and the way, again, when you get the DM just describing it, and you get the thing of not necessarily like, yay, you killed him, how'd you do this? But you get, what are your thoughts as the person you came to trust the most passes away in front of you. And it's like, this D&D game's it's really fun. But it affects you because you have such a personal culpability and impact on it. And I'm waffling really hard, but yeah, like that's the magic of it right there. And it's the good moments as well as the bad, you know? Like, it's counting all of those little things. And another favorite being the mind meld of Tarquin last time.
Oh gosh, we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
Incredible.
It was, because it was like,
it was such a great moment.
lol, that would be funny. I mean, he does do sight jacking, so if you want in his mind, Daddy Esmeg's gonna help. And then it happened, and then I remembered something, and I was like, Now, hang on a darn tootin' second. It would be like the group going to a town where everyone has a pet bird and then going, wait, Ludo has a pet bird. Ooh, there's a whole other level to this. And you can so easily forget it as a DM because you're juggling so many other things. But I was like, nah, hang on a minute. Roll an Arcana for me. Like, let's see what fucking happens. Buckle in. And then it becomes not even just like an exciting thing for the players, but also for me. Because I'm like, oh, you know what? Didn't think about what would happen if you did that. Huh. Interesting. Like the whole reason there were wolf monsters on Ash Sky when Gimmick attacked was because of something one of my friends did when we were doing the solo campaign with my other friend, and they joined in for a bit. And they were at a circus, and they were harboring two in disguise werewolves that were being smuggled out of a difficult situation. And a chimera attacked the circus, because I was like, chimeras are cool, and I couldn't think of anything else for that week. Sometimes it happens, it's fine. And my one player was like, all right, I'm going to attack the fucking chimera. I was like, hell yeah. And my lovely friend Pars was like, I'm going to go into the animal tent and free all the animals so they can get away. And I was like, oh, that's really nice. Two of them are werewolves.
Nice.
Fuck, what's that gonna do to the world? Oh my god. And it has an effect, and there are things you guys have done that have done the same. There are things other people have done that are clashing with things that you've done, and there are things that are gonna come up. It's very exciting, but it's very cool. And that's my answers to all the questions.
Yay!
It's
Very,
probably too much
very,
answer, but...
very short and succinct answer. I appreciate that.
Mhm.
Thank you so much. I tried really hard and failed miserably.
How is your
If
thing? How are you? We started off
I'm
today with a check-in, just like a
good.
general check-in with everybody. And how are you?
I am good. I am tired. I've been more on UK time this week for various reasons. But I just said goodbye to my friend who was the original text adventure.
Yeah, I asked earlier, how's the goddess of Yesifrey?
Yes, she is good. She's good.
Good.
Got some things. Got some things and stuff. Nothing to worry about.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, couldn't have done it without her. So it was nice to meet up with her again, because she was like the last friend I met up with just before COVID hit, and we hadn't met up since, which is abhorrent. But it's one of them good shits where you like meet up again, and it's like
It's like
nothing's changed.
no time has passed at all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was good shit. So yeah, but it's good. Thank you. Very busy. Glad to have some time to try and plan ahead a bit. Although again, the Finefell Creek last week was one that was like, this could be a one session thing, and I'm like, nope, don't think so. But you guys did a lot of really good investigating and found out something that I didn't think would be found out until like right at the very end. So that's interesting.
Good job,
well.
team. I'm proud of us.
And Danny was there the whole time.
Mhm.
Absolutely. What are some of the interesting things y'all have been thinking about? Or
Yeah, anybody else have any
Some
questions for anybody
new
else, or
info.
for the DM, or anybody in the chat have any questions for any of us?
ramming carriage into the house. Mhm. Phenomenal footage. And are there?
Oh, I have a question. Why are there no dragons in Isifrey?
I think I sent the history, or the supposed history of Isafrey out to you guys at one point, and then I think I put like too many details in it, so like didn't pay too much attention.
I don't remember this at all.
The TLDR, which it's not fully metagaming. I mean, it's just the history of the world, so you'd all know bits and bobs of it. It's kind of like our own. It's largely contested as to how Isafrey began. The most common theory is that something happened at the beginning of time, and the world was kind of in really bad shape. Kind of like it got formed, but not quite properly. Like a lot of the continents were kind of not joined to the Earth. And so through various rumors, some people think like the Earth magically kind of magnetized itself together. Some people believe that some foreign deity brought magic to the world and wove the continents back onto the planet with that magic. Some people believe it was people that did that. The stories vary.
Hear me out though, guys. Ancient aliens. Okay, I thought that would be funny. I'm just gonna.
I did find it kind of funny, but when nobody else responded, I was like, oh, I'm giving into the bit.
I was just thinking about it. I was like, is a creature from another realm technically an alien, or would it have to be something from further out in the astral sea?
I'm just gonna leave.
Oh, don't leave! If nothing else,
I haven't had a joke
Danny
fall
can
that
that.
flat. I haven't had a joke fall that flat so hard
I was thinking about
in
it.
a
I was
long
like,
time.
no, man, I had a really short, concise answer earlier. It's very likely I would take every jokey comment seriously for that, but hang on.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, we were talking about that. We had to be careful about what we joke about around you.
This is, I mean, look. What was it, like episode 2? Or some shit? JC was like, oh, we're gonna dive in that water and there's gonna be mermaids. Like, the face drop I had that no one could see, thank God. I was just like, how the fuck does he know there's fucking mermaids down there? Because then Laura met a mermaid and I was like, how the fuck did he know there's... And I was like, what the fuck, JC? There would never be a mer kingdom down there. Are you fucking stupid? And I was like...
Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb?
How does he know? Like, some of y'all are psychic ones. I don't know.
Okay, I guess a more relevant question is, would our characters even know what dragons are to know that they don't exist?
They know they exist. They're like a fable in our world, you know.
Okay.
Although dragons in our world totally exist.
Not being from Isafrey, would Danny know about much of that history?
Yeah. Fairy tale's a fairy tale. The story's a story.
Okay.
The Fae have dragons. Everyone has dragons in terms of contextual lore and fables, but
Well, I just meant
dragons.
I just meant specifically for Isafrey, not just dragons as a concept.
Yeah, everyone would probably know a bit about it because there's
Everyone
a lot of shit going on.
Everyone in the Fae
There at the
realm is
minute.
just nosy about every other realm's business. Is that what we're getting?
Well, for the Fae folk, for people for the Fae folk who spend the majority of the time in the Feywild, y'all would know that the throne bearers have spent a little bit more time being interested in Isafrey. Camellia probably might know the most.
You know, JC, I was about to apologize for hijacking your question there, but I feel like that bit of lore was worth it.
What are throne bearers?
They're basically the king and queen of the court of the Fae.
Oh, okay.
It's another thing where it's homebrewed because I couldn't be bothered to learn the D&D core of it. And because it's just funner to homebrew stuff, you know? I was like, I don't know who Tyr is, I don't know how the courts and the Unseelies work and whatever. And then my friend was like, I want to play as a Fae. I was like, okay, time to make the Feywild. Time to make the Feylands. So with, I'll see how much I can remember without opening the document. With the court of the Fae, or with the Fae lands, there are various different courts, and these represent both somewhat governing bodies of a kind, more so kind of leadership structures, and also geographical regions. So Camellia and Danny are both, although they're not like part of the Court of Extravagance, they are living in the Court of Extravagance's land. So they are themselves extravagant Fae. Court of Extravagance Fae.
Well, I would certainly say so.
Hell yeah, I am.
Exactly. So... Oh, I'm not going to remember all of them. I'll open Word. So there's, I believe, the Fae would know this, but there are, there used to be hundreds of different courts of the Fae. And again, this is not particularly spoilers, this is lore that your characters may or may not come across, or may or may not already know, depending on when it becomes relevant, and we do a history roll. But the nice balance, it's like, I can share this. Fae. Find it. Oh, that was another mini quest we didn't do. That was a shame. That was a cool idea. I have a different Fae document. So there's the Court of Extravagance, which is they're all like as they describe on the tin, kind of. So the Court of Extravagance is very much like, yes, everything's shiny and posh and fancy, but it's also, as we now know, some kind of just capitalist. Very much kind of a capitalist society. Yeah, for real. It is lavish lifestyles, it is entitlement, it is kind of these broader concepts as well, kind of similar to the deities of Isafrey. Though they are kind of labeled certain things, there are more broad concepts at work generally. Did I put it in here? I can't find the Feywild document. There's a whole document. I think I sent it to both of you. File.
Is it Feywild Feyrealm Quick Guide?
It should be, yeah. Oh no, I cannot find it. Forgive. Feel free to guess what some of the others are while I look. So many Word documents. Feywild Quick Guide, there we go. Okay. A likely mislaid traveler's quick handy guide to the Fey realm. Rather than your traditional kingdom... Oh god, I've written fucking lore about this as well. Rather than your traditional kingdom, the Feyland's leadership is somewhat unconventional. In the place of a king and queen are Majesties Earthime and Erebus, royal throne bearers of Fey, eternal watchers of the Fey realm, tailors to circumstance, and arbiters of proclivity. If you want their full titles. Yeah, Earthime and Erebus. The throne adapts to the chosen court at the time who'd influence it, as do the throne bearers, changing their form to suit the epoch they vote in. Every few years, it's their responsibility to accommodate the plan or priorities best laid out by one of the court's appeals. So it's kind of like a democratic government that the throne bearers vote for, depending on what their plans are with time and money. Pitching various political, relaxation, or otherwise realm-affecting plans, the throne decides the season the wilds will adapt to. Hundreds of courts used to exist, though as plan failed and via various coup attempts, only a handful remain. Should they fail in their pitched mission, things happen. So there is the court and then the respective throne title, which is super cool. So there's the Court of Extravagance, which brings about the Throne of Effervescence. Magical. So then the throne becomes super effervescent and the throne bearers take on a more elegant look. The Court of Dreams and the Throne of Slumber, which our Fae friend would know are Camellia and Danny, because Beefon is also part Fae, but has not resided there in a fair while. The Court of Dreams and the Throne of Slumber is the current epoch. The Court of Aeons, aka the Boring Gits, and the Throne of Time. They are canonically boring gits. I love them for it. It's just like these very, like, the rulers of the Court of Aeons are just these very, like, statuesque kind of metal guys that just float around just like, the Court of Aeons. And all the other courts are like, oh my god, it's these fucking guys. Like, you don't want to talk to them at the water cooler. You don't want to get stuck next to them.
Just pretend you don't see them as you're walking by.
Yeah, for real. The people who live in the court are a lot more decent, but even they're like, man, those guys are just... Ooh. Court of Extravagance kind of has the opposite problem. Too much, too loud.
Hell yeah, we are.
The Court of Dream and Throne of Slumber. The Court of Dream, their kind of lieutenants and members of the court are a mix between very magical and very fucking terrifying. Because dream does not just mean dream. It means nightmares. It means subconscious. It's like awareness or the lack thereof. It's, yeah, but they're all a little bit spooky though. The Court of Masts and the Throne of Silence, and last but not least, the Court of Light and the Throne of Equinox. Each court has ranked members emanating from leading figures or captains to second-hand folk, legionnaires to soldiers, workers, and other roles, sometimes varying on the court. All at least have two key figures that lead and manage these groups. And they're usually the ones that will be like, I think this season... the Court of Extravagance is usually just, I think this season we should fucking slay. We should invent more colors. We should sell these colors to other realms for money. Like, stuff like that. And obviously at some point they were like, we should make a corporation. And the throne bearers were like, well, no one else has got any good ideas. So just go for it, I guess. Yeah.
Neat.
That's, I think, all of that without being too spoilerish. I will also say the Court of Light has one of my favorite characters that I've made ever, and also she's super hot. But I mean, I can say that about most of the characters that I make for this.
What? That they're super hot?
Yeah. She's also literally super hot because she is like a magma person.
Nice.
Like, her skin is like the like slightly blackened charred rock, and then like all within herself and spilling out as hair at the top of her head is like just liquid fire. Bright liquid fire. She's friggin' awesome. I love her. You might meet her. That would be fun. Not that you'd have any reason to. Unless we go visit Camille's mom.
No.
Camille's mom.
Nah.
Can we?
Nah. Nah. You have
Camellia,
to.
Camellia would just stay at home. The rest of the
Mhm.
party would go visit her.
I heard Barbanus needed help with something. I'm gonna stay over.
See. And then of course we have the Zitza Eklat Fragmentium, which is the corporation that Camellia and Danny both have affiliations with.
Or a trace mécanique d'analyse cardinal.
honestly, not far off.
Why we just call it the
The-
Fragmentium this whole time?
Yeah, the Zitzer Eklat Fragmentium.
I'll be honest, I still can't say that, and I've looked at that word a lot.
Zitzer.
Damn.
Zitzer.
I have the pronunciation typed out, and I don't want to attempt it.
Zitzer. Zitzer. And that has a CEO that I literally had to make the corporate structure. I was kind of mad, but also like not. It was. I had to look up way more legal stuff than I wanted to. They have the CEO, who is Feiltar Memoir. There's a product and a research division, aka the nerds and the people that go outside for their jobs. The research division has the archiving division, research and development, and technology. I really like the technology department purely because it's run by a guy called Zab. Just Zab. His name is Zab. Thank you for the sub, Paraya. And yes, if you have any more questions for any and all of us, please let us know. I'm just waxing lyrical about the Fae courts right now. So
I think I have one more question, and
I'm
it's for
in
you, DM. The question is, it's simple. It's super not loaded or anything. Do warlocks exist in your world? Are people warlocks in your world?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's just one of the classes people can be, right? Anybody can be warlocks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I have one player that's fucking his patron.
Nice.
Heyo.
Can
I
we
do appreciate
can we arrange
your-
that?
I was about to say Ludo's next.
Look, I've just spent like 800 minutes talking about how I'm here to enable you guys. Sometimes you just gotta ask the question and roll good on the dice. That's all. I'm not gonna immediately outright be like, no. Just
I'm gonna
gotta
burn a
ask.
forest down because you can't do the thing.
Sugar parental estimate what they're up for doing.
I'm just asking because it
What?
seemed like I became a warlock and suddenly it's a pretty big deal. And I feel like that's just a thing people can become warlocks.
I mean, I don't think it's because like we've said, it's really on the borderline between warlock and cleric. We just went warlock so we could use I don't know where that came from. So we could use the sight jacking invocation. It's there's no kind of definition as to what kind of relationship it is.
I mean, isn't that just what
you
warlocks do? They just find a god and they're like,
you
hey.
have a benefactor. Well,
Yeah.
warlocks stereotypically it's usually part of an agreement, rather than a religion. And warlocks usually have some kind of deal in place. Whereas usually for clerics it's like, just fucking believe in me and like don't curse too much and you'll be alright. So it's very much in between those, I would definitely say.
Okay.
I think the ambiguity of it from onlookers is how casually and just seemingly out of the blue it was done.
But people do
well-
become warlocks.
Yeah.
Okay.
We know Door Lady was a warlock.
Door lady. Oh, lady in the door?
Mm-hmm.
Tarquin's best friend?
Yeah. And Sally, who you sent to prison and then sent to Tyrion, and Tyrion was like, "Fuck, do you want? What am I gonna do with her?"
Okay. I guess the follow-up question is: do people become warlocks and be good people? Are good guys
They
warlocks? Okay. Just the
And there are
examples we've met so
bad
far.
guy
are-
clerics. It
Okay.
can be both. There's no that, and that's one of the other things that on a slightly more serious note I do also focus on. Is like anyone in any capacity can be good or bad. There's no kind of distinct fantasy racism, but there are groups that are prejudiced as fuck, because that's gonna happen anywhere. Like we found out with Demblin, who was like, oh look, a cute axolotl guy. Oh no, he's kind of an asshole. Damn it, even the cute ones, and it's like especially the cute ones. I hate when stuff's like, yeah, we have a cute guy and they're always good. So sometimes the cute ones have to be evil too. We can't just keep making the ugly creatures the baddies, because that's not very nice, and they're not ugly. That you just keep painting them as ugly, and it's not nice. Yeah. What's your recommendation for making a character for a campaign? Do you want to start
my
as fresh
God.
as possible, or does it also work to bring in a character with an established story and making the campaign the next part of their story?
I had an awkward time with the first and only session I did, since my character was one I've had for a long time, but everyone else just made up a character like the week before. I see.
Yeah, I think that would be my initial first point, just generally, is it would depend on the vibe of the DM. If it's someone like I implicitly trusted, I would be happy to bring in a character that I knew more about or was more familiar with. If
Yeah.
they fit the vibe of the campaign as well. Like some of the characters we've met in Isafray are characters I've tumble dried from other campaigns that have worked out or not quite worked out, or I wanted to give another go at. The funny thing is, Orla, the drow from Ashkai that's now at Ninut, and Itirin, the bunny lady, also at Ninut, are both characters that I've played in campaigns called Itirin Air. But when I played Bunny Lady in the campaign, she was a bimbo bunny lady. She was a bimbo nerd bunny lady. But yeah, like you just swap it around and make it work. But it would depend on what the setting is. And otherwise, for me, it's kind of like, once I know what the setting is and the kind of vibe, or if I don't know what the vibe is, leave room to keep it open. Have a character who's kind of harder to warm up to, just so it gives you as a player time to like figure out who they are. I would say
I knew a guy who always played the same character in every
shit.
campaign he did, but it wasn't like a continuation story kind of thing. It was like just like a basic archetype. Was something the Dragon Slayer. although sometimes he was something the Dragon Fucker, but that's a whole other thing. But it was like it was the essentially the same character, but for every campaign he would tweak the character to fit the general like setting. Probably wouldn't work in Ysifrey because there are no dragons, but as far as having a character whose every campaign they've been in, there's like a continuing story, I don't know how that would work if the settings for the campaigns are completely different, unless the DM would be like, oh well, this character is a world hopper somehow, and you would make it work like that somehow.
Yeah, like there are, I mean, even in canon D&D, there's stuff like plain
Yeah.
far-playing travelers and all of that. Oh yeah, to answer your question, because I'm really good at not answering questions today. From earlier, JC, whatever occurrence happened at the beginning of the world is supposedly the thing, or towards the beginning of time is the thing that wiped out any dragons. If there were.
Okay.
It was that guy
Was
that Val was talking about. That's what did it.
Fuck them all out of existence.
Fuck them up
Banged
to
it too
death.
hard, yeah. Shit.
Look, Dragon Slayer, Dragon Fucker, what's the difference? You know?
Exactly.
To build off what everybody else said, Maka, I'd say consider it like a multiverse, right? Like, yeah, you can play the character you played, but you have to consider that it's not a continuation of their story, but this is like a complete new iteration of that person because it's a complete new world, a
That
complete
would be
new
a good
NPCs,
way-
a complete
that-
new,
yeah.
complete
That would
new
be
approach to them.
A very good way to describe what that guy did. Like I was saying, like it wasn't a continuation of the story, but it was the same basic character, just in a completely new setting.
Mm.
Yeah.
Something I like
Multiverse,
to
that's a
try-
good way to put it.
Yeah, something I like to try. I do it with different characters, but it can also just completely be with the way that you approach the same character from a more of an acting place, which you don't need any experience in. Is changing the approach you have towards the character. So I know for campaigns, if I'm like stuck with ideas, which ironically does happen despite the 700,000 NPCs for this campaign, is I'll be like, okay, well, the first campaign I accidentally projected way too much of myself into it. Then the last campaign I wanted to challenge myself and kind of be not a good alignment character. Still wanted some redeeming features, but I was like, I don't want to be goody two shoes. I kind of want to be a dick, which I fucking did. One character was like, what if they just don't give a fuck, but they just want to push buttons and see what happens? Wait for something to explode, kind of thing. And I think that's something you can do with the same character. So if you've made a character, it's like, I just keep going to Barbanus as an example today. It's like, okay, we have Barbanus. He could very much go the approach of, I am the captain of everything. I will not rest until I have claimed everything as my own and myself as captain of the world. But also you could go, hey, I don't care as long as I get to explore everything, you know? Or maybe he wants to collect stories to tell on his adventures. And just kind of changing and shifting the priority to what works best for the campaign can kind of help put you in that different mindset. So it, even though it might be the same character, there's still a way for it to feel fresh and still feel applicable, even if it's quite a different setting. So if it's kind of like a more steampunky airship setting, you can be like, I'm gonna be super into the engineering. Maybe I'll go like artificer. Maybe even like just change up the class or change up the subclass of it. And then if you go a more kind of Ghibli-esque world without machines and engines and maybe even without magic, maybe you just go a tinkering route, or maybe it's like he wants to find out the word. Maybe he goes as a cartographer. You know, it's kind of having those core themes and ideas for your character and then going, what directions can these go in? Yeah.
He brings up a really good point in that you have to remember that at the end of the day, the point isn't to play a character that is really fun to play and to tell their story. The point is you're playing a cooperative game with a bunch of people and you're telling a story together. So it's important to keep that in mind when making your character. Like a lot of a trap that a lot of people fall into when they're making their first characters is they make like this like kind of like a roguish loner, which you know might be fun in like a novel.
God.
But then like when you're playing a co-op game and it's like, well, I don't want to go because my character goes alone. It's like, all right, well, at the end of the day, we're
Shall-
still playing a cooperative game with other people,
Yeah.
and you have to go. So
I have
That
to.
is what I tried to avoid. Is I wanted to. It's been a while, so I wanted to like make somebody who was basic, but I didn't want to make them so basic they were boring. I think that's a good rule of thumb to follow. Is like try to make something that you can concentrate on, what you want to focus on. And this is just my personal opinion. I think the thing to focus on is the role play. I think JC said it much better than I did, though, is that, yeah, you are playing with a bunch of people. I asked Key to help me out because I was going to choose a feat. And I really liked the first thing that she came up with. And it does kind of come along with go along with Beefon. I think he might pick it
Yeah.
up later.
There are a lot of really
And a
fun options.
big reason for that is, for me, I'm more interested in one of two things. Is either the character telling me who they are, like I give them the bare bones and everything like that, because if it's like when Val was talking about his friend, oftentimes the reason why you get stuck in the trap of trying to steer everything in a particular direction is because you've already written out the entire story, and like JC said, that's kind of forgetting what everybody's doing.
yeah.
And it's we're just gonna head in this direction. This is a linear story. The thing I always point out is, on stream is I always talk about the way that adventure games are designed. That's a good thing to look into, is the way that video games allow you to go off on paths and yet still find a way back to where they were. So you want to think about those kind of things. And the other way to do it, other than just making your character, if you want to put a little bit more into your character, leave part of your build alone.
Yeah.
Because the other
Leave
mistake
room.
that I think a lot of people make is they try to make this character be like this. And something that I've told people, like when they played so much Skyrim and they don't know what to do with it anymore, apologize for the
You're all good.
I'm hoping they're coming to arrest all your insects.
Very true.
they don't know what to do with that game anymore. I'm like why don't you just make
Just start.
the worst character in the world? Like, why don't you make
Oh
like
my god.
an herbalist that only has, I forgot what it is make an alteration herbalist, and people wind up saying shit like, yo, that was so much fun.
Okay.
And that's the thing, it's like, I don't always want to pick something that is good for the game. I want to pick something that is either good for the character, or I pick something and then I figure it out.
Yeah.
Like, I love that Key gave me that cloak, because I kept thinking in the back of my mind, how do I use this cloak as efficiently and effectively as possible?
Literally why I gave it you. I was like, this cloak of useful items is way too useful. What if I made it less useful and see what the fuck happens? Like, I'm giving them a knife with which to stab me. Yeah, and to bounce off of that, one of the funnest characters I've ever made. I don't know if I should say it, actually, because they are part of the world. Nah, fuck it. We'll just be even more high. The people who are here, you'll know when you meet them. One of my favorite characters I've ever made. We only did a couple of sessions with them, but my approach to making the character for this campaign was, I was like, cool. Monty Funbuns is running it. Shout out again to Monty Funbuns, King. Also, the only person who's ever done Loner Rogue. I'm sorry. I'm
What's the character?
I'll go. I'm sorry. I'll do one at a time. Thank you. No, I need yelling at sometimes. I'll write down the other thing. So I was like, what's the worst character I can make that will be the funnest to play? Like, what's the funniest thing? And I kept hearing the rumors of like Rangers are shit. Sorry, Camellia, it's nothing personal, and it's not true. I kept hearing like, Rangers are so shit. And I was like, what? that's crazy. And then I was like, what if I make a shit ranger? So I didn't like roll purposely bad on my stats or anything. I was just like, what would be the funniest, most like tragic way to approach this? And so I came up with a character who is a ranger, specifically targets giants. They learned how to kill giants because they love giants and they never wanted to kill one. And they were like, they used to draw giants all the time. They were obsessed. They'd go out into the little gnome forest to see if they could find some giants. And one day they found one and they kind of looked hungry. So they brought them some food. And then the giant ate the food. And then the giant died. So something in the food was like, it was allergic to. And then, like, this character's parent was a really famous gnomish hunter and ranger. And we might have met. And so they were like, oh, I'm so proud of you. Like, their family was incredibly supportive. Their town was incredibly supportive. But all of this support and this love went into something that was literally this character's worst fucking nightmare. But also, it has to be acknowledged, an incredible feat. And so by this tragedy happening, all these hunters from all around the world came and spoke to them and were like, oh my god, how did you kill that giant? Did you use the this weed to make the this potion that's really good at killing giants? Did you track it using this? And by taking in all of this extra information around them, they became an infamous giant slayer who loves giants and never wants to fucking kill a single one again.
No.
And it made it such a funny. It took 3 minutes of this poor girl meeting the rest of the party, all of them recognizing her, and while she's trying to hide because her dad is a craftsman, and she tries, and the DM was like, roll for performance to make this owlbear mask, and I was like, no, it's bad, it doesn't work, she's not good at it. She's not good at it. The only thing she's good at is hunting giants, and she doesn't want to. So she's putting on this owlbear mask, trying to go undercover. And immediately the first thing the party does is set up a table where people can get autographs for like 3 gold apiece. And this girl is like, please nobody talk to me. I don't want anyone to come over. I don't want to be perceived like, and it was the funniest experience because it was like she was built to be terrible. She was built so fucking flawed, but she was at the time my most deadly character that I'd ever made, at least to enemy characters for once. And like it was just really cool, like seeing her killing things, and then people were like, I hope we see a giant, and she was like, oh no, I don't want to see a giant. Like, I want to see a giant, but I'm not gonna kill the giant. It's like, but you're really good at killing giants. I was like, no, it was an accident. I gave it some pastrami and it fucking died.
So good at something, they do it on accident. That's the best.
Exactly. And so it comes back to the one word that I could have just said instead, but I love telling that story and I love that character, and she will make an appearance. Is reaction. How does your character react to stuff? And knowing that will take you so far with so little. Curious cat charlatan? Curiosity. It's all curiosity. Even if it's dangerous. It's like, ooh, what happens if I piss this guard off? What happens if I bring up his mother? Like, and joke about it? What happens if I bet everyone at this table that they can guess where I'm from? But just choose the answer of the guard that's my favorite and just leave them all guessing, but just like have fun with it. To me,
the RP is the most important part. It's like,
yeah.
For any of you who are gamers, you probably heard that this thing has RPG mechanics, and it just means stats. That part to me has never really been the big deal. it's never been the big deal. I think you need to know. I think it's good to know those kind of things. Like I really do love D&D's system. Well, there are things that I like and dislike about it, but overall, I do think that it's a really good system. And that part is fine. It's covered. I know my stuff when it comes to the numbers, but that's not really the part that I tend to care about. I think that, like, not so much that you have to make a bad character, but I like what you said, because I think it's important to make something outside of your comfort zone. It's really easy to make a well-structured character that can survive most things, and it also takes a really good DM to figure out ways to mess with the party. To say, oh, everybody's set up like this, well, what if this thing showed up? Like I like Key did it. Key, what is it, like our second or third thing was, oh, you're gonna be fighting underwater. Like, what?
What if you just had to jump off of this floating island into the sea? That'd be crazy.
Just like not even, I wasn't even thinking about, oh wait, how do we breathe underwater? Like that's the first thing. And it's like, okay, so we need to really prepare for this one. And I think that
really easy.
the two, yeah, so to reiterate what I said, just a little bit more clarity, I think that it's important to make a character, make a character that you want to make. I want to play as this person, and totally commit to playing that person. Or like I said, make the character sheet and then just figure out how to work with that. Like not necessarily you have to make a bad character, but I've been thinking this whole time listening to Key tell that story, I'm so glad that Ludo has light. That was the coolest thing. It was like, I think it was like a session or two ago, and it was just like, here, boom, and just gave me like a light. I was like, oh, thanks. I like that simple shit.
Yeah.
I love those simple things. And it's like, I don't want to waste a slot on something simple like that.
Yeah.
I have used just that passive detect magic that I have so many times.
Yeah. No.
And never in combat either. It's just I need to know what the hell's going on, especially because I'm always rolling bad Arcana rolls.
Yeah, there's a great clip on Natural Six's YouTube, which is relatively.
One more thing.
Oh yeah, go.
And one of the things that I do personally with Beefon is I don't roll what I have. I roll what Key says to roll. I want to be. It's more important for me to be accurate than me to play to my strengths. For me to say, oh, I'm just gonna roll perception every time because I got a +6 in that. It's like, no, if you want me to do investigation, which I think I have a 1 in, it's like, let's do investigation. If you think that that's the more appropriate thing for this, I want to take that chance, because those extra points, if you roll a 2, you roll a 2. Those extra points don't really make a difference.
But if you have a DM that is like a bit more stringent about that kind of thing and less proactive in rewarding flawed characters, you don't have to worry about it so much. You know, it's reading the room as well. It's like, look, Dave's not gonna give me all that much more for rolling a slightly lower dice for the narrative reasons of it. So I'm just gonna roll.
But you want that. I think that's one of the things, is that it's a very flexible way to play with any sort of DM, because nobody has to give you a pass if you're already playing like that. You're already expecting some of these things to go good and some of these things to go bad. You actually just trust in the power of the dice, and that's it. And one of you guys made the point of not playing the dark brooding character because that kind of takes you out of the game, and the other one is to be careful of playing too good of a character, because then you only end up being good in fights because you haven't built your character to have a flaw or to be weirdly interesting in some other way. Unless you're Darian.
Yeah. Or
then you've made a
Bonus.
charming character that blows everybody up. Who was the character that I love the name of that first character you played with him as? Or was he was like some sort of like Belmont kind of character?
I was about to mention the Ballad of Punchy Belmont.
Yeah.
I was about to mention the Legend of Punchy Belmont, because he is, when you look at him, independent, rogue, very loner, in the dark, edgy. Everything is death, everything is sadness. Punchy Belmont ended up being the best wingman a girl could ask for. Maybe too good. Did punch a couple of prostitutes down the stairs when they wouldn't move out the way when she was trying to go and talk to her.
Hey,
her
Danny,
mans
friend.
upstairs.
And I would say, y'all thought I was bad punching a child.
Well, it's also in his name. You know, his name is Punchy Belmont. Yeah, he would help. Like when I accidentally almost killed the party, the problem player lost a hand, so he was like, "I'm gonna go and help you find a hand, buddy." And they just went on the streets in the middle of the night to see if they could find a hand for him. And he found like a woman's detached hand. He was like, "I found you a hand." But like it added so much to it because it also completely subverted the stereotype. And it was a pleasure to fucking play with him. Like you wanted to go up to Punch and just like I was really tempted because it was like I could talk to the kind of Disney princess-esque character about like feelings and love, but it's like, what if you went to Punchy Belmont and asked him about romantic advice, you know? And it was brilliant. And I think that's another thing to consider is, you know, when I say reactions, is thinking about interactions you've either seen people play or that you've played yourselves, and it's like, I really liked what that character did in that moment, or that player did in that moment. And having that kind of interaction there can really help drive who your character is and what they do, and also still keep it open enough. So with my gnome gal, it was like, everything is embarrassment. If someone knows who she is, it's embarrassment. It is shame. If someone brings up her success, it's fucking sadness. The only pride and happiness and relief is if she doesn't die, if her friends don't die, and if she doesn't have to kill a giant and nobody knows who she is. Like, having those little cues in your head can help fast track an interaction, but also make it really interesting. So it's like, or even if you think of games like Baldur's Gate, like, you know, with everything, unless it's Cazador, Astarion is going to make a fucking comment. And it's going to be a sassy comment. It might be a slightly egotistical comment. And if it's something regarding your player character, it might be something a little bit like, ooh, or a bit like, ooh, a bit naughty, aren't we? And having those kind of interactions is really interesting and really dynamic. Or you can have more of a Shadowheart who's like, I'm not telling you anything, but then is like, you kind of like killing people and that's pretty cool with me. You know, you can have you could have
The thing that Key said about her first character was what I was talking about earlier. I wanted, after hearing her experience, I wanted to live the horror that is making a character that might have something in common with you. I did that on purpose. I wanted to see what would end up happening while I'm trying to roleplay this person that's not too far off, but is not exactly me. Like, when does something come up in the story where I'm like, that's too fucking real, Key, I hate you now.
Yeah, that's where it becomes even more fun playing with friends.
DM,
or even more scary.
Two-part question. Have you had characters die in your campaigns before? Like player characters?
Yes.
And if so, would they usually resurrect and continue playing the same character, or make a new character?
I ask players which they prefer. There is no such thing as no consequence for coming back, but then there is no consequence for dying, because then you get a new character. But my thing is, if your character goes, it will be narrative. It will be either badass, heartbreaking, like cinematic, whatever the vibe is. I will always check. Even like with Luca, I messaged V and was like, "Are you okay with her dying, or would you like her to come back?" Either is a valid answer. No is a very, like, not wanting to die, not wanting your OC to die, very valid. I fully understand it.
But what if they just die in
Um,
combat, like by chance?
Again, it would be, you know, if a way with with Luca, it's slightly different because it's an NPC, but it's like the Actilineth line popped up, and because you examined her body, you found the Actilineth shard, and it was like, ooh, there's this whole thing, and then y'all wanted to bring her back anyway, which fucking helped. It was definitely part of the battle. I was like, what happens if they don't? But then I would have figured something else out. And maybe we would have got Vengeful Luca Spirit. Who knows? But I always like to present the option. And if it's like, if we're on like death saving roll 2, and it's gone downhill so far, I will be like, you can expect a little DM being like, hey, so obviously, things are looking very great. What would you prefer? If you go out, it's not going to be, unless you want it to be gentle. Either way, it'll be fucking cool. You'll get a moment. It will be badass. You'll get some agency in it. There will be an effect. It won't just be meaningless kind of thing. It won't just be a, all right, well, fucking dead. You know.
You mentioned penalty. What did you like? Could you give us some examples of what like a penalty might be?
Yeah,
a penalty for like
absolutely.
a penalty for resurrecting and a penalty for making a new character.
Well, the penalty of making a new character is just making a new character and having to figure out that whole shtick all over again.
I see.
Which is not really a penalty. It's just just
So,
the process.
so my character has a twin brother.
Yeah, if you were like Danny has a twin brother called Vinny, I would fucking allow it. But yeah, like
Danny.
anything.
Vinny the vivacious dwarf.
You know, any kinds of things like that. If you're like, if there's something that happened earlier in the campaign, a la kind of Crit Roll Season 3 that you were interested in, we can talk about it. We can, you know, with any form of character creation, especially when it's kind of a death in partway through a campaign, I always allow the option of like, if you want some fun ideas, I can provide. But in terms of a player character staying with their player, even after death, it was I remember it was the one time I consciously tried to kill my single player friend in the single player campaign, because she was a monk as well, so she was just ripping everything apart really easily, and then I was like, no, I'm actually really gonna try and kill, like I made it challenging, but then I was like, nah, she's not dying. I'm gonna throw a level 10 artificer at her, see what happens. I fucking killed her. I fucking killed her. Well, technically he didn't. It was the full damage into the ocean that did, which was unfortunate. Because of the way that they died and the way that they came back, they had a curse that they had to remove.
I see.
That took a while.
Kind of like how Luca had to do that thing for Actilineth.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Perfect example. Yeah. It would be kind of a not long and painful thing, but definitely something that the character would have to overcome. And would stick with them. Whether that's in some form of maiming, although any form of maiming or other form of bodily or mental harm, that is all just flavor. There's a I forget what she is. I think she's a cleric. There's a badass cleric artificer in the world somewhere who's fully based in a wheelchair. It's cool as shit. You know, I'm not gonna penalize a character for only having one arm or something, but if it's something that is lasting, that it's like the experience of losing a body part or a function, then that's different. Again,
Cool.
that would be something I'd want to discuss with the player, just to be like, make sure they're comfortable with it. They'd be like, well, your parents are dead now. It's like, wait, what? I'd be like, are you happy to come back? And if so, are you happy for there to be narrative consequences relating potentially to this? And if the player's like, oh, I don't know, because it sounds like you're gonna go with the parents, and I'm not really comfy with that. Like, I really enjoy the interactions with the parents. It's like, okay, well, we can either do something different, or we can do it so that your parents do fucking die, but there's still a way to talk to them. Or, you know, there are ways of working it out where it's narratively interesting, it's gameplay interesting, but it's also not.
They're dead, but now they're
boundaries.
skeleton summons.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, my skeleton parents are here. Oh god.
If my so like if I come back and my parents die, do I become Danny the Batman dwarf?
Yes.
Sorry, I had to make
That's
that terrible
for-
joke.
that's for-
It was like burning. It was burning a hole in my brain. I had to do it.
That's for us to know and Gotham to find out.
I'm sorry if y'all want to kick me from the campaign. I understand
No.
completely.
I asked because, like, in previous editions, like, if you die, you come back as a lower level. Unless you do, like, a 9th level
cool.
res or something. That was
It's like I
brutal.
said with the resurrections, it's not just going to be like cast revivify, have a diamond. Like that's too easy. Like not even that's too easy, but like I feel like there would be more that would need to happen
Yeah.
for someone to come back from the dead and be okay. You know? Yeah. But yeah, I guess I have more questions for you that are less derpy than the ones I sent in the other day.
What you
I
got?
guess what I mean, I don't want to ask something that's like so obviously like something I can use as a DM. Like
He's looking for ammo.
what are your character's social security numbers?
Oh, that's easy. 2, 7.
No.
It's like 111 1111.
Hey, that's mine.
Oh shit! Like, do we share the same birth certificate?
It's different because different realms, you know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fair.
I guess on the note of oops, I accidentally projected in D&D. I will never forget being on call with Lemon and him going, "Did you purposely make your character to be so similar to yourself?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" And then he pointed out like he had a list, and I was like, "Oh fuck, oops, oops." I guess what are some of the things that really resonate with you and your character that you weren't necessarily expecting to? Or are you in
Ask
another
you,
player character?
Questions, just at the risk of forgetting. It's a really quick one. Are we going to see much of the world?
Depends on you.
Not necessarily
guys,
all
really.
of it, but we're going to see. Okay, cool.
And how fast?
Just want to know if the potential is there to see.
Oh, yeah.
Like
I mean,
There are
like
places
many
I
of the
hope to go.
continents.
Look, I
She-
didn't mention.
she has
the
said
inc-
that she's gonna enable us to do stuff. So I imagine, like, if we really wanted to see a part of the world, she'd find a way to make it work.
Yeah, again,
Yeah.
like thinking about it the other week when we did the temple fight with Actilineth, we could have accidentally dropped Tarquin into hell. So y'all, I would have been like, well, I guess I have to figure out hell now, and then y'all would have gone. But it's like, how does one get to hell? And it probably starts with
On a highway.
Nil. Yeah, you probably have to go via Nil, unless you can find someone who just has a portal to hell. And like, where would you find someone who has a portal to hell?
And this,
These two
and
NPCs, one's named Billy and the other one's Theodore.
Yeah, just happen to have it
They're musicians.
There's like voids opening up all over the place, and we have access to an airship. So yeah, I figured like we'd be seeing a lot of the globe.
Yeah, depends where you want to go.
I mean, it depends on where the voids pop up, right? That's part of where the Ghostbusters. Depends on where the ghosts show up.
That's true.
Mhm.
That's true. And apparently there's one near you soon.
To answer your question, about like what is an aspect of our character that ended up resonating with us that we didn't necessarily expect.
Perfect.
I was not expecting romance at all. Period. Like I've never role played romance before in a D&D campaign.
What?
So never, not once. So it's very.
Dang.
I mean, like, especially not with like the character who is the manifestation of like all Filipino uncles. You know, it's such a weird character to have like a romance with. But it kind of just went as like a throwaway. Hey, we have a great one night stand. To like, okay, I have a traveling girlfriend now. You know, like that was unexpected, but I really like it. Like it's really become like a big part of Ludo's story.
She's gonna go
his directions because of it.
She's gonna go from a booty call to a baby mama is what's gonna end up happening.
Oh shit.
I mean, I don't know. Do they have? I didn't see no condoms. Do you see any condoms?
Prestidigitation.
Magical contraceptive.
It's magical cleaning.
I guess it does clean. Yeah. So I guess
It does clean. I'm not even
God.
joking. It is magical
Oh, boy.
prestidigitation. That's why she never has it in the daytime, is because it's fucking being used in other times. No, I wasn't like I put Love is Behind a Door there.
such a good name, by the way.
Thank
Still
you.
such a great name for a game show. It really
It's
is.
like
behind
love
the door
is
if
an
you think
open
about it.
door, but love is behind the door, because if the door is open, it wouldn't be, the air of mystery wouldn't be there. And in an effort to reduce the use of blind for things that are not actually people with blindness, which is a bad affliction, I was like, love is behind the door. You can't see behind the door. I do feel bad for the because I love that for your round, JC, specifically. It was like the cop lady. It was like the badass cop lady. And then it was like
Somebody really sweet.
Yeah, it was a pilgrim from Ash Sky whose whole thing was birds. Like they were all about birds, and she loved food. Like y'all would have been perfect for each other.
I mean, in the end, I just went for the meme answer. I went for the horny girl.
Yeah, you
just
went
because
for
I thought
the...
it'd be funny.
She just wanted to win, and it worked too well. It worked too well, but
Now
also
we have this tear-jerking scene where she's singing on stage, and then she's floating in the underwater with a knife. It's like another born from a joke. All these things.
But
just
it
born
also
from a lark.
weirdly worked perfectly because she was one of the characters in Beefon's Session 0 that we did.
Right.
Along with my boy Octol. Oh, Octol. I want to ask Octol how he's feeling. I don't think I can.
He's
I just want
heartbroken.
to ask how he's doing. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can't blame him. Tarquin's got a lot going for him.
Yeah.
He's very charming, but alas. But no, I love Ludo and Umbrella as well. It's like, it's so broken and it shouldn't work, but it fucking does.
Kind of does, yeah.
I can't imagine them being with anyone else now. It's like I'm invested. I'm investing my money in.
She ships Ludo and Umberlai. She's
Would
shipping
they be
them.
called Lumberlight?
She's shipping him hard. Shipping him
Umberlai.
Would
hard.
it be
God.
Would it be-
Umberto?
Uto?
Umberto.
Umberto's kind of cool.
Umberto is also
Umberto?
it's also a name. It is a name. It is a restaurant in LA. It is Umberto's.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Okay.
God.
Lumberlight
I
is
don't
also
know
pretty
how. I don't know how. I don't know when. But all of us have to eat there at some point.
good.
I
Just go
don't even care
individually.
what they serve.
Oh my god. What about the rest of y'all? Any surprise resonations with your characters? Or someone else's characters? that
Thinking
you weren't
about it.
expecting?
For
It's
me,
deep. It's deep.
not really, but that may just be because I haven't been playing Danny that long yet. We'll just have to wait and see.
You haven't found yourself like air abacusing?
Oh, I wasn't gonna mention it, but I do have an abacus in the closet. I should probably pull it out, take it out of the box, just have a go with it.
It would be funny if yours was like, I've got to say, like, since I've been playing Danny, I kind of resonate a lot more with the capitalist system.
Oh yeah, it's
Corporate
just
machine.
there for the longest time. I didn't really think capitalism was that great. But now that I'm playing as Danny, and he's constantly being pulled away to do paperwork in the Fey realm, it's capitalism really speaks to me
more
now.
paperwork. Yeah. Or like AI to do it for us. It's like, no, come back to us, Val.
Actually, I feel like of all the things AI could do for us, I feel like paperwork would be one of the few positives.
There are so many positives it could do, and people just went the wrong way with it. It's like, wouldn't it be nice for like just like at least for the voice actors, we've been like, when you just a project asks you to put the lines in a certain order, but you prefer recording it in a different order. Imagine if there was a button that just put it in the right order for you. Like, that's what I want fucking AI for. I don't want it to be my voice. I just want it to put my shit in the right order. Label my file names and stuff, man. Don't.
You won't be able to read any of them file names.
Yeah, they'll just all in wingdings. All in wingdings.
Okay, I think I got it, but it's a more personal thing. Like how I feel about the character.
Yeah.
Because though I did base some things on myself, Bifon is their own person, and that's the thing that I resonated with the most. How fast I realized who Bifon was. It happened really fast. I think it happened because of a lot of the situations he ended up in, a lot of the things that he chose to do. I'm just going along for the ride. Bifon, you might have heard earlier that we skipped over something, and it was a long discussion in character that myself and JC had about particular events that have happened in the story.
What event?
And it was so funny to me, like how well I knew what was going on in Bifon's head, because it wasn't what I thought of the situation, but it was just really easy to fall into what Bifon was about. Kind of the same thing that happened with like making the hat.
Yeah.
Once I made the hat, there was something told me Bifon just knows how to do this, and then I even look at my character sheet like so far into the future, and I'm like, wait, how do I disguise myself? I have like a little kit. I'm like, that was always there. That was always a part of Bifon. Yeah, Bifon became Bifon really fast. Really fast. And is an amazingly thorough character for a character who I was just like, oh, please don't let him just be warrior man.
Well, I'm glad as well, because like, as from the DM perspective, that's also something I was really conscious of, because it's very easy to kind of go in and finding your footing kind of early on, especially with like the pressure of doing a stream campaign. It's like a lot, and it was like trying to find things that didn't challenge too much in terms of like, right, what is your character? Who are they right now? It's why there was stuff like Love is Behind the Door and the Osborne Orphan Theater Society. It was that little bits of stuff just to start with, like the icebreaker, like, who am I? Who am I?
Well, it begins at the beginning and like session 0, and it ends just before everything was over. It ends with the big ass roll that I made to grab Yanka. There were so many times where the dice kind of landed in a place that narratively made sense. So once that happened, I'm like, okay, this is be fun. I can't help it now. This is just be fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What about your robes?
Something I've been thinking about a lot regarding Camellia, which is something that you had warned me in session 1, and something that you like kind of talked about during the stream is you find aspects of yourself in your character whether you realize it or not. And when I made Camellia, I was like, I don't think I'm gonna be too similar to her, like of the what are you talking about? And now like I constantly think about like she started off as very shy, brought up like to be proper and prim and stuff, like, and just be very quiet and other like stuff I can't really talk about. And I think about myself where I grew up as the shy little Rube's youngest, blah, blah, blah. And how in the campaign I was so ready to kind of just go into the campaign with like, okay, she's very proper, prim, like quiet, like goody two shoes, but as like because of the tone of the like campaign and like how everybody else plays, she is starting to become more and more chaotic and like outgoing and stuff. And I see that in myself like in the past couple years because of the pandemic and like being able to kind of branch out a bit more like of myself. So yeah, I'm just, it's constantly in the back of my mind of okay, Camellia. I am Camellia in this sense, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's really cool, like, kind of playing out Camellia and realizing, oh, there's this aspect of me in her. Okay. Even like small things, like with her design, I added little freckles, and then I remembered like, oh shit, I have freckles. Which is something I don't really think about because it's like so faint, and it's like, oh yeah, freckles would be cute. Oh shit, okay.
Yeah.
I guess I am cute.
True.
I definitely
Can
concur with
confirm.
that.
Mhm.
I definitely concur, because like I said earlier, there were certain aspects of him that just don't necessarily happen to me, but I can't say that things don't operate the same way. Like what you're saying, like and I think that in a lot of ways what's so cool about doing these kind of things is that part of it, of what it can tell you about yourself. That's kind of why like I wanted to do the same thing that Key wound up doing in her first campaign. Is I'm like, okay, well, if I'm gonna get into this, let's just dive in. And sure enough, there's this weird thing where there are things about me that are informing Beefon, but there are also things about Beefon that are informing me.
Oh, it's so real. Yep.
And it's kind of like we just found out so much of who Dime Package is being exposed, but one of the biggest things is the reluctant leader thing. Honestly, I want to make sure that everybody gets, I want to make sure that everybody has their time and their turn, but I do find myself just sort of naturally doing something that I do. That's why I say I'm a reluctant leader, is like, I know I have those qualities in me, but for other reasons, I have always shied away from it. And yet, when given the opportunity, I can't help but be that person. There's nothing I can do about that. That is something that is in me. Whenever I'm in those kind of situations, I don't have a problem taking the lead. I don't necessarily jump at the chance to be the leader, but when I see that one might be needed, I'll just do it, I guess.
I think that leads to my next question, which may have already come up, so apologies if so. I can tweak it slightly. But I think one of my first really, like, I wish there was like a inspiration plus for this moment. Because y'all have all had like an inspiration plus moment. But the first one I can recall was absolutely Beefon helping manage everyone around the temple roof extraction of poor dead Luca. Because it was like it was such a small seeming thing, right? It's like this building's collapsed, there's someone inside,
Like, these people are trying to get evacuated. Shit is going so down right now. And Beefon was like, alright, bitches, get, like, you guys will go up there, and we'll pull, you guys push from down there. And it was, like, such a small thing, but for the narrative of the moment, and also just, I think, Beefon as a character, it felt like such a profound thing. And, like, I knew that scene was going to be sad, but that got tears going. Because it was like, it united what could have just been very casual onlookers to the situation. It had that moment of Beefon's. It didn't even feel like reluctant leadership, and it didn't even feel reluctant or like leadership. It just felt like this is what we need to do in this situation. We are all in this together. We're gonna get through this. Like, it was such a unification moment of everyone who was in that horror, and it was so freaking awesome, and that really stuck with me.
So the first thing is I laughed because for a number of sessions I always had inspiration.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to be slightly more lenient with it because I think y'all all had like crazy inspiration for a lot.
But
just mad impressed by
you
y'all.
saying that and what I just said. So for Roxary's donation there, I will say that a lot of times leadership doesn't come down to who's actually the person who should be leading. Very often leadership can sometimes come down to the way people
Proactivity.
perceive people.
Yeah.
So I've known completely incompetent people that have been given leadership roles and things like that. I am often very much overlooked for leadership roles, but very often everybody asks me questions. And it got to a point in my life where it got kind of annoying. It's like everybody comes to me for everything, but nobody puts me in a leadership position. And so I became very reluctant at it. When I have the opportunity to do things, like a lot of what I've done with my life is try to do things for myself. I remember when I made my short film, like it was just so exciting to be in that position of director. I didn't want to tell everybody what to do, but I loved my crew because they respected the fact that I was in charge. And that
Yeah.
gave me more confidence to do what I knew how to do. And that's kind of how that affects me in real life. And that's the funny thing is like Beefon is telling me, you know, you're better than this. You're better at this than you think you are. And I'm just like, shut the fuck up. Don't talk to me. You're not real.
Your leadership was so good. The DM of the story literally fucking cried. Like,
And it
there
is
was
just a game that it is just a
Moving
game that we're
roof.
playing, but
You moved
also
a
at the same
roof.
time, it's like it's coming from somewhere.
Yeah.
It's definitely coming from somewhere, and that is one of the things that I like about seeing this resurgence with D&D.
Yeah.
That I feel like a lot of people are getting that out of the role playing. I feel like a lot more people are engaging in the role playing part because, like I said, when I was young, more people were about the character sheet. They were all about the stats. And I remember that last time that I played because I had made this really cool character and all this other stuff, and everybody was like, "Yeah." I'm like, nobody's excited for my cool character.
Yeah.
And I just kind of, and it was a group that I actually wanted to play with. It was a group that I thought would, it's a bunch of people who I already knew did shit like that. And they were people that I already knew. I had filmed a documentary at their school and everything. And I was like, oh, this is going to be so fucking cool. And then just that whole reaction just took the life out of me. And yeah, that's kind of how it works with me in real life as well. And here's Beefon just like, so you're maybe gonna stop being so damn reluctant, and I kind of dig it.
But it was efficient as well. Like it reminded me of the thing where it's like you see in fiction and just in real life when like a disaster happens and someone's like, someone call an ambulance. Like Beefon was like, no, you call this person right here. I'm pointing at you. You call an ambulance. This guy, go get some napkins. You over there, go get some water. You have a nice jacket, give it to me, and I'll make a pillow out of it.
Look,
And it makes just a
it's-
whole thing,
I've-
and it's so magical.
you know, I've spent a few years working in the medical field, and part of that is undergoing a bit of emergency response training, even if you're not actually the one performing the medical aid. And that's like one of the key points there is like, if you're gonna try to start getting the ball rolling, you have to point and delegate very specific tasks.
Yeah.
Otherwise, nothing will get done, and someone may die.
Yeah, it was like someone else will call the ambulance. It's like,
You know,
what if they don't? Yeah.
My favorite story when it comes to these kind of things is I was working in Wall Street, and at the time there had been an attack. So like just everything went down, all the computers and shit were all fucked up and everything. And so everybody's sitting around and waiting for things to get running again and stuff like that. And I noticed something. I noticed the guy who always seemed kind of frantic, and he wasn't an asshole or anything like that, but you know, he seemed to be very focused on the job and everything like that. I'm looking at all the management just standing around because they moved us to a different floor. So now everybody's present, like our manager, which is this guy who's running around, and some of the other management that are on the upper floors. They're all there together. And what I notice is he's organizing things for when the system goes back up. The four of them are just kind of standing there, like they're around the water cooler or stuff like that. They're just kind of chatting and whatever. And I noticed something very distinct about all of them. They all had rings. He didn't. And he was the most efficient worker there. And that's what I mean by sometimes being in a leadership position has absolutely nothing to do with if you're good at it or not. These guys were in that position for a reason. They all look like they went to the same school and everything. And it was just like, here's the guy who's actually doing his job. Here's the guy who is making sure he's doing the thing that you just said, Val. He's just like, I need you for overtime. 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 He's letting people know, like, we need you here today. Do you want this money? Because we need to take care of this. We need to get on this. And I'm like, and I bet you anything he didn't get paid half as much as those guys did either. And that always
usually
sat
how it
with me.
goes. That's usually
That
how it
always sat
goes.
with me.
So, jumping off of that, my next question to y'all, which might have come up, so I can twist it a little bit, is what have been your personal favorite moments / experiences of your character with your character, and / or of other characters in and out of the party? I'd say both.
Hey, say that again?
So, what have
Don't make me. I don't know what they say.
Sorry.
No,
So
you're good.
sorry.
V and I both just had no brain days today. It's like, what did we just say?
what have been your favorite moments of / with your characters, but also kind of other characters, including PCs and NPCs?
Oh, and NPCs. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Mm.
Optional. If it's just like, nah, that
Well-
thing Tarquin did that one time was.
That was for you, Roxery.
Because
Thank you so much, Roxanne.
because I've already
Getting
mentioned
exposed here
this
for biddies.
moment.
Hashtag only hooves.
No.
Since I've already mentioned this several times, I'm just going to go ahead and throw it out there and get it out of the way. That time I punched a child. That was such a great moment. That was
Great.
just a real character moment for Danny there. Just
Oh.
yeah.
It was like the third thing you did.
I wasn't here very
so
long.
early.
You showed up,
You
you,
don't
sold
know.
drugs, you punched the kid.
Like now you've
Attacked
said
by
that,
a mind
like,
flayer on his first day.
God, when you put it like that, Jason,
Yeah,
I'm such a
right?
real ass. He sold drugs and he punched a kid.
I've come from the
Capitalism.
Feywild to make business, to sell drugs and punch
Look.
kids, and I can't find
don't know,
any
it-
business. So
I look, it's like you know, I came from the Feywild and I immediately chose violence and chaos. That's just
that's very Feylands of you. To be
yeah.
fair.
I got a smaller thing, and it's because Rubes just did the thing that reminds me of this, and I've been looking for a place to fit this in. One of the most amazing things to me for Camellia is Camelia's down with something once. Once. It's like, could you go on this hunting trip with me? And it's like, okay. And then they just maul this fucking little rodent, and she's just like,
Rest in peace,
well,
Pansy.
that was fun. Don't ever ask me to do this again.
Specifically,
Every
like,
time.
was Little being like, "Oh, thank you, Camellia," and I was like, "Don't ask me again."
That is one of my favorite consistent things that you do.
It just seems like Camellia is just consistently dragged into what turns out to be kind of a shitty situation for her, you know?
Gotta
I
roll
want
with those
some-
fucking punches.
I want someone to do a remix, like, music track of just every time Camelia's like,
No.
just-
Oh no.
Oh, I'm
Dick
sorry.
jokes.
Were
That
we
was
the
kinda
one-
great,
was-
'cause-
Was Camellia the one who found us in a prison cell, or
Wow.
Another one of my
making
favorite
it seem like
moments.
we're such criminals?
Excuse me, she was
I
in that
mean-
prison cell because Winnie. It had
Mhm.
nothing to do with her.
And I mean,
Mhm.
to be fair, for some DM insight time, sparkly screen logo. I proposed Rubes the
Yeah.
session 0, and I was like, what would be a good introduction to someone new on the team? Like, how would they immediately be interested enough and gain trust, and also like want to, feel like they want that person on the team? And for some reason, my first thought was put them in jail and break them out of jail. So,
I was thinking, like, with Camellia, she's very nature oriented, covered in like flowers and leaves and whatever. I thought they would find her in a bush or something. You like
Yeah.
came out of left field with
yeah,
maybe she's foraging for something like in nature, and oh, you found like a deer girl. Not prison.
Foraging
Yeah.
for crime.
That is-
I literally told you
Absolutely the
whatever
highlight.
happens in your session 0, it will probably end
Uh-huh.
up with you being in jail at the end of it.
Yeah.
And that's okay. The group will find that interesting enough and hopefully break you out.
And so
Which you
by
did.
extension, it's both Camellia and what's the dog's name?
Oh,
What's
for-
Dogman's name?
Oh,
No, Dogman's
Simon.
name.
Simon.
Simon, yes. Yeah. That is the highlight. Like, just you came in with some of the best moments, and that is definitely the highlight, was getting you out of the carriage.
Mhm. And then a very interesting way of apologizing to the poor granny.
Yeah.
Although I think we can call her a witch now. I think that's
Yeah.
fair enough. No need to conceal that anymore. A witch? What? Where?
Earlier I had talked about how one of my favorite moments was the cupcake heist, but another
Yeah.
thing is the Winnie Wild Magics. You just being like, hey, can you
Oh
roll?
my God.
Hey, chat, can you roll a bunch of D100s?
I'm still fucking mad at that, because if I'm remembering correctly, my history of wild magic outside of Baldur's Gate has been nothing but the worst.
Over,
Well,
right?
the example, the first and predominant example being almost TPKing my entire first party ever in the third session ever just before Christmas with 16-foot shards of ice knife. I mean, the imagery was fucking sick, but ooh, no. Only one character didn't get hit, and that was because she was a mouse at the time. The half orc technically died, but half orcs, so she came right back. Punchy Belmont was having a bad day. I think the baddies vomited into his mouth, and it was
Ugh.
cursed and horrible. Yeah, yeah. Whenever we play with Lemon, we're like, please don't bring out the Ichor dudes. The Ichor dudes are so fucking scary and so gross and nasty. And just the noises he does. I cannot do. I'll fucking invite him on one day and just be like, do the noise, but also don't ever do the noise. Yeah, there was one that happened when we were fighting Bay in the tavern, where I saw everyone. I envisioned everyone melting into puddles of flesh, and everything went black and white and static. That one was almost apparently a giant glass orb, though, that would have bisected me and potentially someone else. So that would have been fun.
Whoa.
Then there was the second campaign I did with the same character with a different DM. That is the one I might retcon because it was quite harsh. And I want better for her. But fair enough. A lot of I gave blood rot to a whole bunch of orphans. Which is how my character got beheaded by a paladin of Tyr who was there and saw it happen. Because he took it real personal and like fair, but also it was an accident, sir. And I had no control of my wild magic. Oh, in the same campaign, I disintegrated everything the party owned in like session 2. Yeah, it was nothing good's ever happened with my wild magic. Nothing good's ever happened with it. So, yeah, to do Winnie and then everything's like so good. I was like, all right, then, fuck's sake. I see how it is. No flesh rot for anyone here. But no, that was great. That was a chaos I was not ready for, but was wonderful. One of those just totally just you as a DM. There's nothing you can see coming about any of that. It's phenomenal though. What about anyone else? I mean, what's Ludo's? Ludo's had a few moments.
This got asked earlier, and my immediate answer was the sausage arch. That was just like a moment in time that will stay with me forever. So beautiful. Yes, the portcullis. Yes, that's what it was called.
Portcullis. Maybe my best pun ever. I'm not sure I'm beating that.
Special mention for all the romancy-mancy moments with Umberline. They're always so sweet. They give me tickles in my heart cage. And but I think if I were to give a different answer for my favorite scene, it would be the Clarkson cobbles with everybody stacking up in the doorway.
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo ass shit.
Yeah. When I animated that, I was in a tunnel vision in a frenzy, just like doing that for 2 hours straight. And at the end of it, I was like, huh?
I can imagine.
It was so good.
So funny.
I showed it to my mom and she was just like, is that you guys that did that? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, wait, did you guys make the art as well? I was like, yeah, Rose made the art. And she just couldn't get over that it was us. I don't think she believed me. She just thought I got a random video off YouTube and was like, this is us! And I'm like, what? No. Yeah. I don't know.
I participate in this with y'all, and sometimes I can't believe that it happens and that some art comes out of it and it's amazing. And
yeah,
you know, it's
for real.
It can be it's kind of a trippy experience almost.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, that was you when we first started. It was just like, I can't believe what the hell you guys are doing here. Like, this is like no other campaign I've ever been a part of.
And I'm still adjusting.
You're doing great. You punched that kid.
Kid. Sold them drugs.
And you know, somewhere
you surpassed us with that punch. We need to catch up to you now.
Oh wait, did we find out what you did to those people in Genoa? I forget.
Which people?
With the cakes that Val sold them.
I don't think you ever went into a lot of detail with that. No.
Because I think they are all out of order now. The cakes.
Crimes,
so
maybe a few deaths.
Yeah. So numbers. There were a lot that were just basically like 11 to 20 were just like magic resistance, physical attack weak, resistance, magical weakness. Obviously, the one we found out about, steel feet speed halved, which Danny got, unfortunately.
I'm slow enough already, so that was just.
One that we sold, or I forget if someone ate it, but then they didn't succeed on the Arcana check. Consumer can teleport at will, but only while naked and unencumbered.
Oh, that's so funny.
Thank you. The next successful attack upon the consumer, so the next successful attack upon the person who ate the cupcake knocks them unconscious. Consumer sees ghostly, that would be very funny as well. Consumer sees ghostly courtesans all around them. Target can never be slain if they cut off both of their legs right now. Target can't lie, equivocate, or tell half-truths. I think both your legs for eternity of life is a pretty good deal. Oh yes, you sold this one to one of the people at the brothel, which is why you didn't see them again. Target continuously speaks to an imaginary ally. One I was desperately hoping one of you would get was Target forgets how to use doors. So desperately just hoping Ludo got that one. Just walks into it just like,
what is this?
Why isn't it opening?
Oh my god, if Danny had gotten it, he would think it was a new invention and he would immediately start thinking of ways to try to market and sell it.
Effigenio from the brothel is actually had a really interesting couple of days. Because not only did he get Target continuously speaks to an imaginary ally, but he also got Target forgets that his allies know who he is. So he's just like, who are you guys? Why do you know so much about me? But you also sold a third cake to Effigenio, which was that he gains the respect of all kobolds who long to be just like him.
Oh.
So all of these kobolds are like, I want to be just like you. And he's like, who are you? And why do you know so much about me? And then turns to an imaginary ally and is like, what is up with these guys? And who are you? And why do you know me so well?
And then the kobolds immediately start mimicking that, just talking to imaginary people and acting confused.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
And this is how the world shifts, just with the small things that you do in it. Another one, Target gains a profound insight the next time they touch gold. That would have been interesting. Then it's all the kind of stat-based ones. I was really sad because these, I think, were the two that were, or there was a few that were left for you guys to eat, but they have gone off now. I'm very sad they weren't eaten because they were really good. Number 21. Target insists on wearing a bucket on their head for 1d4 days.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Like, this is my helmet. Oh my goodness.
Ribbit.
Danny Winnie. Yeah, I'm not sure how that would have worked out in roleplay. I would have loved if that was Tarquin. Just like, no, you don't understand. This assists me with focus, and it's just this shirtless man. Beautiful silver ponytail coming out of the bucket. Would have been great. Ludo specifically had this cupcake. Really fucking, again, just really was hoping for it. The target is stalked by a boulder.
A boulder?
Yep. So just every time you look back, there's just a boulder that's following you. It doesn't move while you're looking at it.
You know, I actually had a nightmare similar to that when I was a child.
In that case, I wish Danny would have gotten it.
Oh no.
How would that have worked on the airship?
It would
That's a
affect
really good
that?
question. You just hear it. Like, what
It's
was
not
that?
my fault, I don't know.
Barbanus is just like, hey guys, I want you to meet the nurse chef on board. And it's just a fucking boulder with a really big handkerchief wrapped around it. Oh my god. Tarquin, this one would have been really funny, but also I feel like he would have made it work. Target is buffeted by mighty winds that affect no one else.
Ooh, that would have been good.
So it's like it starts out like just like gentle wind in the hair, and then the fan just keeps getting turned up. And the hair just whips a bit too much in the face. This would have been a nice one. Target is suddenly holding an enormous bouquet of roses.
Oh, that one was eaten by the person who Danny sold the tickets to on the street, right?
It was. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right, actually. So the other ones.
What is your brain, Rubes?
I don't know. I remember like some detail.
It's great.
Ephigenio,
Never
had a
change.
little bit more of an interesting day than we first thought. Because not only did he have all of those things happen, but he was also victim to Looney Tunes levels of luck.
Luck.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Good
So
or bad?
yeah, pretty bad. So like some Coyote and Roadrunner levels of, pianos falling off of buildings. There's
So,
also
so basically, this poor man has gone through hell and now he's dead.
maybe.
Well, no, except the Looney Tunes never die, no matter what happened to them.
He's
That's
just
true.
super flat on the floor.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, steamroller that was going to go and help repair the opera house just started rolling down the hill and no one could do anything. All demons and demonic deities get the target's number. I think that one you sold to a guy in the street with the tickets. Yeah, this one I don't think you ate in the end. Target believes they will disintegrate at sundown.
Oh, if Camellia
oh
got
my
that one.
God.
Yeah. Oh, I had a lot of fun writing these. This one was interesting. No fucking clue how it would have happened, but thankfully you sold number 27. Target will awake, having been captured by a cult.
Oh.
Just suddenly and randomly.
I feel like Ludo would end up with that one somehow.
I could also
join.
picture it being Tarquin. Yeah.
Can you
That was
make
You
my
guys give me
life
eternal
longer?
life.
Yeah.
He's like, no, you're the sacrifice, buddy. Congratulations.
Target loses the sense of object permanence. So just
That's great.
forget all the inventory and items they have. And
Oh, see, I would have been able
around
to
them.
do that one perfectly because I can't remember what's in my inventory anyway.
There you go.
Just turning your back to the party and forgetting they're there.
I will say one of the cupcakes would have granted the consumer a wish.
Oh, dang.
And I will say someone did eat that. And someone ate. And I will say someone did wish for something. So just think about that.
Sure. I'll think about that.
Yes, one of Camellia's wands was given the ability to curse one mortal being.
Yeah, that's what happened to Pansy, right?
Mm-hmm. Rip in peace.
One of them was they are granted a deck of many things, which again, someone got. For those unfamiliar with the deck of many things, usually a DM's worst nightmare. But if a DM does, Scorpio exemplifying, but if a player does get a deck of many things, it is a very interesting gamble, I think it's fair to say. The deck of many
John.
things, yeah, it includes a couple of really interesting things. For example, wishes. You can get wishes from the deck of many things. You can also pull, pandemonium. You can just be sent to the worst realms. Death, darkness, destruction. Some bad shit in there. Some very interesting shit in there, though. Yep. It's Critical Role Campaign 1. Grog found out just the worst player who could have got The deck of many things got the deck of many things. He did not get the wish. He gave that card away and gave someone else 3 wishes. One of them was you get an item, which is a silver whistle, which would distract a hostile being for 1d4 rounds and auto casts haste on the blower of the whistle. So someone's got that in the world now, which is pretty cool. There's one that we are somewhat familiar with. Think of someone who died and swap life forces with them. That was Friends' cupcake. It's just how quickly at breakfast Tarquin was like, "So what was it like when you died, Luke?" I was like, "Oh my god!" and you know, Friends doesn't know many words, but he knows names, and he remembers Luca dying. So that's how that Freaky Friday moment happened. And then last but not least, absolutely nothing happens.
Just a delicious cupcake.
Just a delicious cupcake. He knows hap, hap, hap. But that to him might mean something else. So maybe he doesn't know hap, hap. I don't know if anyone said to him hap, hap, hap before. He might not know how to respond to hap, hap. He might be like, "The fuck you say?" I do not know this language. But yeah, any last question? We'll have to do more of these.
Yeah, these are fun.
Every now and then.
Got into a lot of stuff today.
I don't know if we want to commit to a specific schedule, but with like every 10 sessions or so. Sound good?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And I
Wouldn't
guess
mind coming back for this.
I guess one cheeky, fast little last question is: do your characters still have any big secrets left?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
Do your characters have any big secrets?
Something must be wrong with your mic. I
left?
can't hear you.
Interesting. Interesting.
I think
Yeah.
Widow's just got the one, but I'm happy to make up more.
Happy puppy.
Like in
Yeah,
T&D
I got
with
one.
when I made Jed, I didn't, you know, we went to the island and there was that whole backstory with Jed and his mom and everything. I mean, that I
love
didn't have that at first, you know. We made that up kind of right before we did that part.
And I mean, y'all, we can still do that, by the way. I know we mentioned a few sessions ago, like, do we have parents? But like, any stuff like that, you can always message me. It's never too late. Yeah, we'll see if we put a little question. I mean, you can put that in the discussions channel. Ask us any questions. Yeah, 5011 sisters. Yeah. Oh, Grape. Freaking love Grape as well. Oh, little Grape.
Grape's so cute.
So cute. Yeah, I liked her. But yeah. I know I wasn't meant to be here, but thank you guys for coming.
Thanks for popping in.
I'm not here. And thank you guys for all the questions.
Thank y'all to those who stuck around.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks for all the bits and the
I'll let you
subs and all
guys
the
end
good
this
stuff.
stream. I'm gonna.
I was gonna say, take it away, Rubes.
Yeah, they designated me as the leader.
Rubes brought us in. You want to take us out?
Yeah, thank you guys again for asking questions, chilling with us, enjoying our DM-less chaos while Key was away. And this was fun, and hopefully we do
Rubes,
more Q&A.
You were talking about singing that special outro song. You were gonna. You said you had a special outro song you made, and you want to sing it.
Oh yeah, it goes like this.
Oh shit! Oh my god!
It's pretty good.
Rubes,
My favorite song.
So
Rubes, what's the hardest thing about being a DM?
Wrangling all the chaos.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
didn't think it would be that. I thought it would be
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
Right.
It sounded
I-
pretty easy. I don't know.
So Key, how is that constructed language coming?
Really slowly.
Uh,
Leave me in my conlangs alone.
okay.
You say that like I have. I don't know if this is a call out that I have got one, or that you were joking and now it's out that I do have one.
Oh shit!
So-
No, I was just joking.
Yeah, well.
Y'all are welcome. More lore.
Mhm.
Well,
Thank
not
you,
all the
everyone.
songs that we played have been in English. I'm just saying. Thank you, friends. Papa pop.
Yeah, and then
Hop, hop.
next stream is game day.
Yay.
Next week.
Uh-huh.
This
Oh.
time next week.
Hey guys, which I'm happy to say, at least as far as I know for now, I
Oh my
will not
God.
be working next Wednesday,
Yay.
so I
Let's
should be here.
Oh, Danny's gonna come right into the middle of a fucking murder mystery.
I
with
love it.
no information. I'm here for it.
I can sell information. Oh, right. I don't have information yet, but I can sell it.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
Ooh, so
All right, we'll be back on the 14th. See y'all then.
See you later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you
Hop,
later.
hop, 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 hop,
Bye.
That was free. Fuck capitalism.